this guy Pac-Man. He's good. Pac-Man. He's Pac-Man.
I have no words for David Pac-Man. David Pac-Man does not have a soul. He doesn't have a soul.
Pac-Man never talked to the New World Order.
I enjoy your show. I really do.
David Pac-Man, a left-wing progressive political
If
commentator.
I was telling my children who not to be, it's that guy. Not to be. He's a disgrace. He's a
David,
disgrace.
you are like dripping with the viscosity of sanctimony.
Look at those eyes, man. That dude is gone, ladies and gentlemen.
And I will send you some pills.
All right, let's get off that altogether because we clearly have some kind of feedback issue. I think it must be my own audio feeding back through somewhere. Dear God, that was absolutely horrifying, and I apologize for it very, very much. Welcome, everybody. It is election night in America, and we already have some results coming in. Now, I don't even really know where to start today, other than to say that I know that there are people here who are anxiously hoping and willing that this is the end. And in a sense, it is the end, but it is also only the beginning. And here is, I think, the message that I want to start with. If indeed we defeat the scourge or scourge that is MAGA today, and we set it to the dustbin of history, okay, as Ron DeSantis would say, it is the start of 4 years of opportunity to make Kamala Harris the most progressive president that we can make her. And we will celebrate that it's the first woman president, and we will say this was the right result, and then we get to work, okay? On the other hand, if indeed MAGA prevails tonight, then we are going to be up against 4 years of some of the most high-stakes defense that you can imagine. And I know that there will be an instinct to tune out if Trump wins. And you know what? If you tune out between now and January, I wouldn't blame you. Mental health break, I would get it. But then in January, we need to get to work because the defense is extraordinarily high stakes. So it's going to be fight, 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 as they like to say. We are going to be here for results. We are going to be here for all of it. Now, we already have some numbers. Just to kind of contextualize where we are, I do want to tell you that Vermont has been called for Kamala Harris. And on that note, we will flip Vermont blue, putting Democrats at 3. In addition, Indiana has been called for Scrumps, and Kentucky has been called for President Trump. So we are going to flip Indiana red and Kentucky red. This is where the map is right now. Now, let me, if none of this is unexpected, but I do think that there is an early signal here that we can look at, and let me tell you what it is. Let's see if we can get a better map. Here we go. If we look at, actually, let's refresh this nonsense. Here we go. If we look, whoa, we got all zoomed in all of a sudden. If we look at Indiana with 13% reporting, Trump is winning by 24, okay? In 2020, Trump won Indiana by 16. Now, I am going to, if you want conjecture, hyperbole, and nonsense, I'm sure there are other channels out there. I know there must be, okay? If you want the facts, this is the channel for that, okay? The fact is, Trump won by 16 in Indiana in 2020, and he's currently winning by 24. We don't yet know what to make of it, other than to say Trump's currently leading Indiana by 50% more than he won it in 2020. If you say to me, David, Is that a good sign or a bad sign? It's definitely not a good sign. Okay. When it comes to Kentucky, right now, Trump is winning by 42. He won Kentucky last time by 26. If winning by 26 or winning by 42, which one reflects more strength? It's winning by 42. Now, it's only 6% reporting. We've got a long night ahead of us. Everybody relax. But the point here is we're looking with now. Oh, no. There are states where there is no reason to expect a competitive race and they get called early. This isn't controversial. I know there are people joining us for the first election ever. This is my 7th presidential election. Okay. So that's not controversial. Kentucky obviously is going to Trump, but the issue is Trump only won it by 26 last time, and he's currently winning by over 40. If you said, David, is that good or bad? I would say, well, it's not exactly the most exciting thing to me. Early numbers from Florida with 8% reporting have Trump winning by 12.6. It's only 8%, but Trump is winning there by 12.6. In Florida presidential results. In 2020, Trump won Florida by less than 4, and he's currently winning by 12. It's only 8% reporting. We're not going to get ahead of ourselves, okay? Now, let me see just one thing here. Okay, so that's where we are right now. We're not getting ahead of ourselves. Everybody relax, but we are just paying attention to what is. We're waiting on Fox News streams, CNN. We're monitoring all of it, okay? So I'm so glad everybody's with us. This is the Trump watch party at Mar-a-Lago, and this is the Harris watch party at Howard University in D.C. It's all happening. We're doing all of it. We're covering all of it, and we are going to be getting very, very good information. New York Times has this at 3 to 19. We have it at 3 to 19. Everybody is all squared away. Now, with 19% reporting in Florida, it is a 5-point race. This is much more competitive than that first tranche of votes. So again, is this the first presidential election for anybody in the audience? I would like to know that, because there are certain things I might just clarify or explain if that's the case. Is this anybody's first presidential election? It is. Okay. One of the critical things to understand is that the votes don't always come in proportionally to how the state will end up. So the first tranche from Florida was very Trump heavy. We now got a second tranche and it tightened up. Now with the third tranche, it's even tighter. With 23% of the vote in Florida, it is a 4-point race. That's exactly the result from 2020. And so if you wanted to extrapolate, and that's all we have right now because it's early in the night, we're just gathering data. If you wanted to extrapolate, Florida looks as good/bad as it ended up in 2020. If otherwise everything matches up with Florida, that's not a bad sign for Kamala Harris. On the other hand, we have Kentucky and Indiana, where Trump is currently blowing out his 2020 numbers. That's a sign that is bad for Harris and good for Trump. So we're going to watch that. And then finally, we have some early numbers from New Hampshire. With 6 votes counted, we have 3 votes for Kamala Harris and 3 votes for Donald Trump. I would say it is too early to call. More votes in from Florida, and it has tightened even more. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now getting very interesting in Florida. Florida, which has been assumed to be lost in the dust, in the garbage, in the trash, as has been a theme lately. In Florida, it was a 4-point win for Trump in 2020. Trump leads by only 2 with 30% of the vote in. If you want a good sign for Kamala Harris, it would be that. All right, so we're going to continue watching these numbers. Let me see if I can zoom this out a little bit more, just so we can get, there we go. That looks better to me, just so we can see a little bit more of it. Very, very quickly, excuse me, very, very quickly. I almost was verklempt there. Numbers are coming in. Super chats are coming in. Big thank you William says, this is my third election watching me. I appreciate that. Are we likely to see a red mirage tonight? Asks Jay. It is absolutely possible. It is absolutely possible that we will indeed see a red mirage tonight. As I've said before, I don't know how many of you were with me in 2020, okay? But in 2020, when we wrapped up around, I don't remember exactly what time, most of my audience was convinced that it was time to call it for Trump. And I said, it is not yet time to panic. I will tell you when is the time to panic. And you know what? It wasn't time to panic and Joe Biden won. I want to say a huge thank you to S. Prez, who just gifted 100 subscriptions on Twitch. And thanks to everybody else watching on Twitch. We have a goal of 270 new members today for the 270 electoral votes needed to become president. I implore you, we need strong independent media for the next 4 years, no matter who wins. Consider signing up on my website, joinpacman.com. Today is the last day that you can use the coupon code MUTETRUMP, which is above my head. I will try to shout out everybody. Obama Prump asks if I'm narrating my own audiobook. I am narrating my own audiobook. My forthcoming book, The Echo Machine. I have a galley copy here. I'm going to do something. I have 4 uncorrected proofs for my book here. If you pre-order my book tonight, audiobook, ebook, physical book, whatever, and you email info@davidpacman.com with your receipt, I will pick 4 people and get you an autographed, uncorrected proof. These are collector's items. Very strange collectors that would want these. I'm not going to lie, but they are collector's items of sorts. Pre-order, if you've pre-ordered before, you're eligible. Pre-order the book, davidpacman.com/echo. Email me your receipt. 4 of these I will sign and send, and it's going to be absolutely fantastic. All right, let's get, should we do like what's closing when sort of thing? Let's just do a refresh here to see if anything has changed. In Florida, with 34% reporting, we have a 3 and change point lead for Donald Trump, consistent with what we expected. Kamala Harris does not need Florida to become president. Georgia, with 1% reporting, has Trump +9. Let me tell you a little secret about Georgia. Georgia's doing something different this year. At 8 p.m. East, 5 p.m. West, Georgia will be massively dumping all early votes and be reporting them. So at 8 o'clock, we are going to have some Pennsylvania numbers, we are going to have some North Carolina numbers, and we are going to have a massive dump of Georgia votes. That is going to set the stage for this evening. So if you're kind of like, oh, David, I don't know, I was thinking of doing this, but I might go and play pickleball, or I'm just not sure. At 8:05, we are going to have one of 2 scenarios. If at 8 o'clock, we see Georgia leaning Trump with the massive vote dump, we see North Carolina leaning Trump and Pennsylvania leaning Trump, Kamala Harris may have no path, because she needs at least one of those 3. On the other hand, if at 8:05 tonight, this is 55 minutes from now, if at 8:05 tonight, Kamala Harris is leading Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, it is Trump who may have no path. On the other hand, if those 3 states are tight just after the stroke of 8 p.m. today, we could be in for a long night, and indeed we may not know the results for days. That may be the case, and we will find out soon. Let's see, people checking in from Australia, people asking what time zone. Everything I'm talking about is Eastern time zone. So it's 8 o'clock East, 5 o'clock Pacific. Those are the times that I'm talking about. Danio is a former Christian and Trump supporter and is here for Harris today. I love it. I want to say thank you to Jordan Harriger, Pauline Hollett Morris, and Shayna Scalia, who just grabbed memberships on my website, saying, count me in for independent media. And indeed, the information is flying in. So it is so great to see everybody here today. Let's get the latest update. And boy, oh boy, with 3% reporting, Georgia has flipped to Kamala Harris. Let's remember it is very early. 8 o'clock is the critical time for Georgia numbers. At 8 o'clock, Georgia will be reporting a lot of their early numbers, and that will give us a sense of where it's going. Thanks to Nightingale for gifting 25 subscriptions on Twitch. I really appreciate that, and I appreciate you. Megatunes via Super Chat voted for the first time in Georgia on Halloween early voting. Congratulations. You love to see that. You love to see that. Now, if you want any indication from Trump as to how today is going based on the information he's getting, he is already talking about deploying law enforcement to Philadelphia because of massive cheating. And he now has added to that just an hour ago, saying that Philadelphia and Detroit now have a heavy law enforcement presence, presumably due to fraud and cheating. So not exactly a projection of strength, if you ask me. Let me put it that way. Fox News here going through various results. Vermont, of course, called for Kamala Harris as expected. We are getting early numbers from Georgia, where so far it's looking very nice for Kamala Harris. What I can tell you is this. If Kamala Harris wins Georgia by 3, it's going to be a very good night for Kamala Harris, because remember that famously Joe Biden won Georgia with just under 12,000 vote margin. Okay. So if indeed that holds, if indeed Kamala Harris can hold a 3-point lead in Georgia, that is a very, very good sign. Big thank you to Lisa Rader, Stanley Minerick, Chase Mercereau, and Sarah Cook, welcoming the newest David Pakman Show members today. I did have a couple of videos from polling places that I wanted to play for you, but I don't know that I have them handy right now. No, I don't. We're going to get to those a little bit later. Jack Butcher says via Super Chat, I'm 20 and just voted for the president for the first time. Gen Z cares a lot from the standpoint of voting. You love to see that. You really do. You do. Titus says, I was here. Well, congratulations. Andy says, Ohio is here for Kamala. Big turnout. Hopefully turnout equals blue surprise. We are watching it closely. I picked up some beautiful chicken katsu tonight for a pre-election stream dinner. And as I was heading home, I went by my polling place and noticed a Hispanic gentleman with a Superman outfit, a cape, and a Trump hat. And that was a bit shocking, I must say. Big thank you to Amber Sosa and Liz Carlson for the memberships on my website. Will is a UK subscriber for almost a decade and says, if Florida looks more competitive than polls suggested, what do you think it means for other battleground states? Well, certainly it would be a very good sign for battleground states if that's the case, if that is indeed the case. And in fact, let's update those numbers and see where we are right now. With 44% reporting, Trump is now leading by 6 in Florida. Now, let me give you the bad news and the good news, okay? The bad news and the good news. The bad news about Trump leading by 6 in Florida is that he won by less than 4 in 2020, which suggests Trump-mentum. On the other hand, Trump probably needs Florida to win. He certainly does. Kamala Harris does not. So with all of this data that comes in, you can interpret it a number of different ways, but certainly you would prefer to see a smaller margin there. We have early numbers from Virginia, almost no data, not worthwhile in terms of reporting yet. And then we have still very early in Georgia, very tight, just 3,300 votes. This is another way to understand the importance of the early numbers. You look at Georgia and you see Kamala's winning by 2.5. Oh, that's great. Here's the critical number. Recall that the margin in 2020 was 12,000 votes. Right now, they are separated by only 4,250 votes or so. So we say to ourselves, this is too early to be meaningful because the margin is only a fraction of one of the smallest margins we've ever had. So very early there, no reason to get, our pantaloons in a bunch at this point in time. Very similar numbers here from the Washington Post. They've got, they're actually very low on a lot of these. Okay, now with 53% of the vote, Trump is leading by 7.5 in Florida. It's hard to interpret that and say rah, rah, rah. Very difficult, because that is now nearly double Trump's margin of victory in 2020. You don't like to see that. No reason to panic. We're all staying calm. We're adults, most of us here. It's early, but that is not necessarily something that you love to see. Okay, let's see here as far as, want to make sure I don't miss people. Oh, thanks to Senator Larry Craig for the gift subscription. Very much appreciate that. And a bunch more people signing up over on Twitch. Welcome, everybody. Come on in if you're just joining us. We are just getting the earliest of early results. Let's listen to a little bit of PBS's coverage because it's quite good. That audio is sounding doubled to me. And I don't know why that is happening. Let me see if I can figure that out. Why would that be happening? It doesn't really make sense. We're going to figure that out. Monitor only. We are certainly going to figure that out. Yeah. Oh, was it sounding fine? Let me know if that was duplicated. Oh, you guys can't hear it. Okay, that's interesting. Well, there must be a simple explanation for that. So we want monitor and output there. Tell me if you can hear it now.
Against former Green Beret, Derek Anderson, retired Green Beret, I should say. This was a real test. This is a district that Joe Biden won by 6 points. Democrats were hoping to keep it an open seat. Used to be Abigail Span.
Yeah, I'm hearing that feedback as well. And to be honest, it's not totally clear to me where it's coming from because I'm not seeing any other audio stream that is up. Any idea what might be causing that? Because there's really nothing here that is running audio. See if I check this.
Surrounding Atlanta in particular in the state of Georgia, that is where we find.
No, there's no speakers that are going on right now. I assure you there is a simple explanation for this. We just need to track it down, and we will. Where else could that be coming from? Second browser? No, there's no second browser. Yeah, it's very weird. Very, very weird where that would be coming from. It's the echo machine personified. Exactly right. Yeah, we're going to, maybe we just won't pay whoever is running audio here tonight or something along those lines. We've got this. This has no audio on it, although I'll mute it just for kicks, but I just don't think that could really be the issue.
That they were closed down because of the bomb threat.
Yeah. And let's see, this is all off as far as the monitor goes. Let's see here.
How much the bomb threats might slow things down.
Yeah, I'm really not sure what is causing that. It's a very, very strange thing. If anybody, restart OBS, then we lose the entire stream. That's a genius idea. Everything else is muted. Record track, stream track 1. Down mix to mono. Let's see if this works.
Has to wait till the end of the day to open them up and get busy with it. They are...
Okay, that's not it. Advanced audio source. Disable audio ducking is off. I think I found the problem. Let's see if we've got it now.
But generally speaking, in theory, among the 7 swing states...
No. Well, this is very strange and embarrassing. I'm thinking through what could possibly be causing this, and it's just not really making any sense. Monitor off. Monitor. Hello. That's not what we want. Very, very weird. Yeah. Oh, wait, something was fixed? Did that get fixed briefly? There's no speakers on, guys. It was fixed for 2 seconds. Okay. Testing 1, 2, 3. But now I can hear myself. That's the problem. Yeah, that's not good. That wouldn't be it. You know what it might be? The overlay. Mute output. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. Can people still hear me? People can still hear me. Okay. And let's see here.
We'll continue to check back in with you. Miles O'Brien.
Dear God. Let's see if it's on all of them. Because if it's not on all of them, then it would be that one. That one. It is on all of them. Okay, let's. If one of the moderators on Discord can help me figure out what that is, it's not critical, but I would like to have it working. There is no other. That's a good idea. Let me test audio on a different browser. Let's
Yeah, I think you're right. I think
It's on all browsers. That's a critical piece of information. It's on all browsers. So that probably tells us a little something about what's going on. Output device is the speakers. Spatial sound is off. If we switch here and then here, that may be a factor.
Northern Indianapolis, and that's a suburb, and it's was 65%.
Yeah. Okay. So if one of the moderators over on Discord can give me an idea as to what would be causing that, it is on every single browser source. OBS, if using OBS settings, output where it says output mode, select advanced, output, advanced. Then on the audio tab, pick your monitoring device. Make sure you're not monitoring the device's input. I don't see any monitoring devices selected there. Yeah. Disabled, disabled, disabled. Yeah, that doesn't seem to be it.
And a lot of people are waking up.
Wait a second. Did we just fix it? Did we just fix it?
Has made it a point of her campaign to reach out to as many people as possible.
Lenny
I remember when politics was about addition, not subtraction.
Lenny, we pray at the altar of Lenny. Lenny just paid 70 Canadian to fix the problem. Checkmate Lenny. My goodness, what a hero. We were starting to hemorrhage. Thank you, Lenny. Oh my goodness. Lenny, I owe you a free book, okay? Please email. I absolutely want to get you a free book. All right, let's get back into it and see where we are. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Okay, as far as what's been called, it's still 3-19. We do have some early data that could potentially be a concern. In Florida, with 64% reporting, Trump is now winning by almost 8. This is double the lead from 2020. Not a good sign, but it is still only 64% reporting. We still have only 4% reporting. Right now, Trump's lead is 7,500 votes. He lost by 12,000 in 2020. We're going to monitor that closely. South Carolina, a non-factor, expected to be a blowout for Donald Trump. Virginia, only 2% reporting, too early to say. New Hampshire, Kamala leading, only 2% reporting. It's okay. We're keeping a close eye on it, but nothing particularly crazy. Let's see if we have more of the vote in. Nope, everybody there is about the same. Very behind on the Georgia ballot, it seems. 6%. No, they're all at 6%. So very, very similar data right now coming in from all of the platforms. And nothing particularly surprising at this point in time, that's for sure. Let's listen to, so this is the Kamala Harris watch party, Howard University, where she will be speaking later. This is the Trump watch party at Mar-a-Lago in Florida. We're also monitoring the Right Side broadcasting feed, just kind of for the lulls. And Status Coup is going to be on the ground momentarily. CNN's going to have live coverage. This is the Fox News feed of what's going on. And again, we have our own map going. This, as far as what's been called, this is all we have right now, 3-19. 3-19. Let's hear from a couple of people in the audience. Adam says with a super chat, coming to you with peace and love from Jacksonville, rooting for Harris because we care about law and auto. Can we get 2 Obama's in honor of Lenny? Obama. Thanks to Adam and Brittany for the super chat. Christy says Lenny is our hero. Haley says to pay Lenny back, thank God. Yeah, Lenny really saved us tonight. Really, really saved us tonight. Big thank you to Thomas Ferenz, Ray Hackey, and Marcia Gathercole, putting us at 150 new subscribers today. If you're just joining us, it is 7:30. We now have the close of North Carolina. North Carolina has just closed, and moments from now, we are going to start getting North Carolina results. Let me lay out why this is so critical. We had Georgia close at 7, North Carolina at 7:30, and Pennsylvania will be closing at 8. By 8:05, we will have a sense, does either candidate have a sort of runaway path in these 3 states? North Carolina expected to count pretty quickly. Georgia will be dumping the early vote at 8 o'clock. And Pennsylvania's slow, but we'll start getting the data. By 8:05, we might know that one candidate versus the other is opening up a significant lead, or we might see that this is going to be very tight and it could be a long night, or it could be a while until we actually finally get a sense of what is going on. If you want to hear from me, what are the good signs so far? I think the Virginia numbers are very good for Kamala Harris. She's not going to win Virginia by 18. It's only 3% reporting, but it's certainly a good sign. Vermont has been called. Kamala's winning by 41. I doubt she'll win by 41, but that's an as expected result. It's for Kamala. If you're Kamala Harris, it's basically like, okay, you're sort of getting most of what you need, other than Georgia isn't looking awesome. That's what I would kind of point to. If you're Trump, what are the good signs for Trump? Oh, and West Virginia has now been called for Trump, so we will put that in the Trump category. If you're Trump, the good sign is that you're winning Indiana by more than you wanted in 2020, and you're winning Kentucky by more than you wanted in 2020. With 65% reporting, you're winning Florida by double what you won it by in 2020. And it's still early, but with 6% reporting, now 7% reporting, you're winning by 15 in Georgia. But remember, we had the red mirage in 2020, and we don't want to get ahead of ourselves here at all, because we saw how that worked out. We saw how that worked out last time around. Okay. Let's hear a little bit of what PBS is reporting.
Although I don't think we're going to have that to the degree we did in 2020, because obviously it was a pandemic and so many people turned in their ballots by mail. And in many states that really don't have a history of vote by mail, and Pennsylvania is a perfect example of this, this was a whole new experience for them to try to count all of those ballots. And what we knew, because Donald Trump then in 2020 was saying things like, we need to not vote by mail because it's rigged. So his voters came to the polls, Democrats voted by mail, and so there was a mirage. The election day vote got counted early, so you saw this red, and then as the ballots were counted that were mailed in, it became less red. That is not expected this time around. I think we're going to be able to see. We do have to pay very close attention, though, to when they talk about 65% of the vote is in or 72% of the vote is in. And anybody who's worked on a campaign, like my friends down here know, it's not just what percent of the county is in. We don't know what part of the county is still out. And so if you look at somewhere like Bucks County and Pennsylvania.
All right, let's do another if this is your first election sort of things. One of the things that's important to understand in terms of the way these calls get made, and South Carolina has now also been called for Trump. So we are going to put that in the Trump category. And otherwise, that we continue in this way. One of the things that we can look at is when we get a result, we can look at where is the outstanding vote. If you have a tie with 50% reporting in a state, but all of the remaining ballots are in cities which tend to vote Democratic, you can much more confidently make a call. On the other hand, if you have a 50-50 state and the outstanding ballots are mixed evenly between rural and urban, it would be more difficult to make a call because you would expect that remainder to be roughly 50-50 as well. So these are the sorts of things that you kind of get used to as you watch a bunch of these, and we have seen a lot of them. That is part of the reason why you see the calls made when you see them made, and sometimes with seemingly a very small amount of the vote in. What I can tell you for people who are like, oh my God, how can they call West Virginia how is West Virginia over with 0%? When you look at the entrance polls, the exit polls, and some anecdotal reporting, and the fact that a Democrat hasn't won West Virginia for who knows how long, there's no issue there. And especially since 2020, especially since the year 2000 and also 2016, 2020, the networks don't make wild, audacious early calls at this point in time. There is no, I'm not a betting man, but I would bet whatever you want me to bet that calling West Virginia with 0% of the vote in is fine. It's just not an issue. And we're going to see more of that as this goes. Okay. A lot of super chats are coming in, and I'm doing the best I can to keep up with them. This doesn't seem like the full Fox News feed. Let me see if I can get the other. I think this is really the one that we want here. Just to see what's happening there. Oh no, I guess this is all, it's similar. They're just doing this for now. Okay, super chats. David, sir, there's been a huge conservative migration to Florida. Not surprised by Florida getting redder, but it's a vote they won't be casting in their native state. Very true. Nicole's a longtime supporter, grateful for my coverage, whatever may come. I pre-ordered the Echo Machine on Audible. Yeah, if you are just joining, I have 4 uncorrected proofs of my book here. And to people who pre-order my book on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, wherever, send your receipt to info@davidpakman.com, and I'll pick 4 people I'll sign these 4 and send them to you. Just little something that I'm offering here. Bernie Sanders has won re-election, in case you were worried about that. West Virginia, Justice has won the Senate race. That is a gain. That is a gain for Republicans. And maybe this is a good moment to look at the Senate race. This is of critical importance. One of the things that must be understood is that there is very little path for Democrats to control the Senate. With this win in West Virginia, the seat previously held by Joe Manchin, I believe that that puts Republicans at 50 already based on everything else that's not contested, almost certainly. So think of the importance of this presidential race insofar as if it's 50-50 and Trump wins, that gives J.P. Mandel the deciding vote in the Senate. A scary proposition, a scary proposition. We are going to be following other Senate races, of course. In the House, we have very little in yet. Remember that in the House, every seat is up for re-election. Every seat is up for re-election in the House. You need 218 for control. Very early in the night, it's 7-14. Long way to go. Long way to go. We're going to have a lot more information about the presidency before we do realistically about the House. As numbers continue to come in, let's see how things are tracking in some of the critical states. Of the states in which we have results right now, the most consequential, the most potentially dispositive in terms of the way this is going to go is the state of Georgia. If we look at Georgia right now, with 8% of the vote in, Trump's winning by 20. What I can tell you if we zoom in is that right now, we have almost none of the vote from Fulton County. This is why it's critically important to not get ahead of ourselves, okay? Almost none of the Atlanta vote has been counted, and Kamala Harris will win overwhelmingly in Atlanta. So is it time to worry? No, I don't think so. None of the vote from Augusta has been counted. None of the vote from Savannah has been counted. These cities, Columbus, these cities are going to be overwhelmingly for Kamala Harris. It's just too early to worry. I recommend that we don't. Let's wait. Let's wait until we get more information. Okay, so that is what we have there. We have our first vote from North Carolina in. With 2% reporting, it's a Kamala crush. Way too early to say anything about it, but North Carolina closed 10 minutes ago. This is the second state of critical early importance that we will be following. And I believe that by 8:05 tonight, we are going to have an increasingly clearer picture of whether we have a blowout here potentially or not. So we're keeping an eye on North Carolina. And the first tranche from Ohio has Trump ahead. Trump needs Ohio. Kamala Harris does not. Okay, so that's the important thing to understand. And Florida now with 73% reporting has Trump winning by 9. The worst sign of this entire election so far is Trump winning by 9 in Florida, where he won by less than 4 in 2020. Now, do people want the counterpoint? Like, the bad sign is Trump's doubling his 2020 Florida margin of victory. Does anybody care to have the counter to that? Or do we just move on? Any counter? Okay. The counter is Trump needs Florida. Kamala doesn't. And based on MAGAT movement to Florida over the last 4 years, it makes sense that Trump would win Florida by more. And those are voters that now will not be voting for Trump in states that might actually swing the election. That's the counterpoint. Okay. I'm giving you both sides of this thing. That's the counterpoint there. So we have to wait. Anybody panicking so far? Anybody in the audience panicking so far on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, or X? Anybody panicking? Couple people here. Couple people panicking. Okay. Some people are hyperventilating. A lot of panic right now. Okay. All right. Listen, we're here together. Okay. I told you last time, I will tell you when it's time to panic, and I will. I will tell you when it's time to panic. Don't worry. Dreamlab says, thanks for your work, David. No matter what happens, you've got a lifelong subscriber. Can we get a Saudi Arabia and Russia? Yeah, hold on. Let me see where I've got that.
Saudi Arabia and Russia will repeat your...
There you go. Big thank you to Sandy Smith and Juan for the 2 subscriptions on my website. Welcome to everyone that is watching on Twitch. Welcome to everyone watching everywhere as we are live with results. So far, mostly everything as expected. Some early signs that could be good for Kamala Harris. Some early signs that could be potentially good for Donald Trump. I have an anecdote. Anecdotes are sort of a form of conjecture, which some people like. Here is a voter from North Carolina explaining why he voted.
You just voted.
I did.
And who did you vote for?
For Harris.
And tell me about how you came to this decision.
So I wasn't going to vote at all until my girlfriend was blowing up my phone telling me to go vote. And if I didn't, she was going to break up with me. So now I'm here.
Was she seriously going to break up with you?
No, I made that up. She didn't say that, but it's funny to say that.
So she asked you to vote for Harris.
She did.
And so you voted for Biden in 2020, but what were you going to do this time?
I wasn't going to vote at all.
You were just going to stay home?
I was going to stay home, eat some chips or something, I don't know.
And so you came just before polls closed, but here's the thing. How long did it most people have been saying it's taken them 5 or 10 minutes. Tell us how long it took you to vote.
So I got off of work at 4:30, drove here about 30 minutes. I think I walked in like at 5:05-ish, and I was waiting for about 2 hours. I just walked.
All right, so here, that's an anecdote. That is just a single anecdote. Here's another anecdote, and this is a really good one. This is very good news. Mark Robinson has been defeated. The trans porn locker room peeping wants slavery self-described black Nazi has lost.
Attorney General Josh Stein will defeat Republican Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson.
We're looking for good news, and we certainly found some of it. That is excellent, excellent to hear. Now, I am increasingly interested in what's happening in North Carolina, but we still have only 2% of the vote, so we're going to have to wait. Let's see if anyone else has more of the North Carolina vote. Decision Desk HQ does not have it, and Washington Post has also just 2%. Okay, so we're going to have to wait. On North Carolina. In Georgia, with 12% reporting, Trump with a big lead. But remember, the cities have not yet been counted. Florida with 76% of the vote. I'm just going to be honest, guys. It's looking out of reach for Harris. The math of this is as follows. Here's how you have to think of the math. And I hope that if this isn't useful, if you want me to stop the maths, I will stop them. But here's the way you have to think about this. Right now, Trump's lead in Florida is 800,000. Trump only won Florida by 400,000 in 2020. In order for Harris to tie Trump, she now needs to lead the remainder of the votes by 800,000. But there's only 24% of the vote left, okay? So in my completely amateur experience, mathematical skill, I think Florida is close to being called for Trump. Unless let's look. Unless you're going to tell me that we have nothing from the blue areas. Let's see here. Oh, this one's not so good. Let me see if we can look at Florida this way. So, wow, Miami's 80% in and they went for Trump. Okay, if Miami's going for Trump, listen, guys, it's not looking good. Florida is looking very, very bad. Very, very, very bad. And so it just doesn't, it seems out of reach, okay? It seems very much out of reach. Florida will likely go to Trump. The question, of course, is, Does Trump having twice as big of a victory in Florida as he did last time mean anything about the rest of the country? And we just don't know the answer to that yet. We don't know the answer to that yet, but maybe we will soon. And we're very interested, very interested in those Georgia numbers as they come in. Here's an analysis of Florida.
And actually of the expected vote in now from Florida. And one place I want to look is Osceola County. This is one of 3 majority Hispanic counties in the state of Florida. It's an important place for Democrats and also largely a Puerto Rican community. You heard Laura talk about, you guys have talked about that as well. Let's show how this compares to what's gone on in the past. We've got Harris right now with 76% of the expected vote in this county, up by just 1 point. That is definitely a decrease from what Biden got in this county and Clinton. Now, there's still 24% of the vote left, but in this heavily Puerto Rican county, this is probably a disappointment at this point. Again, we still have more results to come in from Florida. Let's look at North Carolina, going back to the swing states for this election. Still waiting for a lot of results, but I want to point here one of Amy's favorite counties, Cabarrus County. She'll talk more about it. 5% of the vote in here, and Harris is up 59%. This is somewhere where you see her at the moment, just with these first early votes outperforming Biden. These early votes likely in North Carolina to be better for Democrats than Republicans. All right, we talked a lot about Ohio. I heard you all at the desk talking about Ohio. Let's look at where things are right there. Just 5% of the vote in. The polls just closed there. But I want to pay attention to the margin here. With 5% in, we've got Trump up right now by about 16 points. Harris, 42% at this early stage, stressing that. Why am I stressing that? Because I want to compare that with the Senate race you've been talking about right now with 4% in, and we've asked the AP about why there's different percentages here. We've got 45% for Brown. To win this race, and you can talk about this at the table a little bit more, the thinking has been that Brown really needed to outrun Harris by...
Okay, this is a question that I've answered, but I'm going to answer it again. How is the AP calling some races with 0% precincts reporting? There are states that haven't been won by a Democrat in decades, where the entrance polling and the exit polling is so overwhelming that it is completely safe to call it. Completely safe to call it. I want to say thank you to Carson Nez, Stephanie Souza, Rusty Wilson, Carson Brown, Matthew Johnson, and Kristen Meyer, who signed up on my website. There is an unfortunate reality that I think we have to confront today. And it is not that Kamala Harris is going to lose. We're so far from that. The unfortunate reality is that while some of us are completely fatigued by the insanity of MAGA for 9 years, tonight is really just the beginning. And if Kamala Harris wins, which we hope she will, it's the start of 4 years of advocating for Kamala Harris's administration to be a progressive administration. It's the beginning. If Donald Trump wins, of course, we all know that it's the beginning of some extraordinarily high stakes defense. We are not going to call anything until it is time to call it. But regardless, these next 4 years will be critical, given what's going on with women's rights and bodily autonomy, given what's going on with threats to democracy, given what's going on with climate, given what's going on with so many different things. So my request to you is take off from tomorrow till January 20th. With peace and love, Baruch Hashem, have at it, Haas, okay? But we've got to come to January 20th ready. And the right is doing all of it. They are activating, they are funding independent media, they're doing the whole thing. We've got to do it on the left. So first and foremost, please do make sure you're subscribed to my YouTube channel. It costs absolutely nothing. Maybe just as importantly, consider getting a subscription to my show or whatever other independent media show you like. You can use the coupon code MUTETRUMP to save a bundle. But do not disengage, because then we lose. And in fact, I have an entire... Can I tell you? Just so people know, the first paragraph, the first chapter, the introduction to my book is called Why I Hate Politics, okay? And it lays out what I'm telling you right now. The American political space is toxic. It often surprises people to hear that I hate politics. One would imagine the host of a political talk show would like politics. But the problem is that we must engage with bad faith, ignorant, despicable people. And if we say, I'm out, as I write about in the book, if we say I'm out, they go unopposed. Okay? So there's no reason to lose hope. It's so early. The point is, let's not fail where we have failed in the past. And let's make sure that we stick with this no matter who wins. Thanks to S. Divine and Your Billion and the Chaotic Orange and so many other people. Ryan says, keep Kamala and carry on, Allah. Taking a shot for you tonight, David. Keep up the great work. Officer J says, should I be worried about Georgia right now? Well, let's look at the Georgia numbers. Let's see what the latest data is from Georgia. With 20% reporting, Trump is winning by 20. That is an insane margin of victory. But if you click in, we see that, oh, this one doesn't show me. Hold on. I want to click into the county data. What we now see is that in Fulton County, we still have almost none of the vote in. In Augusta, we have 0. In Savannah, we have only 5% of the vote in. In Columbus, we have none. We will be worried about Georgia when we have more of that vote in. Now, I'm going to tell you one thing that really gives me pleasure, okay? It is that Jill Stein has almost no damn votes. Jill Stein was talking about, I'm going to get 5%. I could get 8%. I could get 10%. I am thrilled because she is a horrible person and a likely, I don't even want to say it. You know what? You know, right, where she's an asset, right? Okay, I'm not even going to say it. The fact that she has 0.2% of the vote right now makes me genuinely pleased that people aren't falling for it. That people aren't falling for it. Oh my goodness. When will she be done running? When will she be done running? My God. Okay, that is, I'm not exaggerating. That is genuinely a good thing. All right, let's make sure we're all on the same page here as far as what's been called. We are. The Florida numbers now with 80% reporting. This is close to ready to fall to Donald Trump. Why are we so focused on Florida if Kamala doesn't need it? I will tell you why. In 2020, Trump won Florida by like 3.8 percentage points. He's currently winning by more than 10. In 2020, Trump won Florida by about 400,000 votes. He's currently winning by almost 1 million votes. The reason we care about this is that if Trump more than doubles his win in Florida, it potentially is a signal about what's to come elsewhere. That's why we care about it. That's why we care about it. H. King is saying, are we in the red mirage phase of election night? We may be, but I don't, I'm never going to, I'm not going to sway one way or the other beyond what the data tells us. I'll give you, Florida is probably not a red mirage, and I'll tell you why. With the first 4/5 of the vote, Trump built a 1 million vote lead. What this means is that with the remaining 2 million votes, Harris needs to win by 1 million. Okay? That's really difficult. Do we believe that in the 20% of Florida vote remaining, Harris will get 1.5 million and Trump will get only 500,000? It starts to get really tough. I think Florida is likely going to be called pretty damn soon. And I hate to say it, but it's likely what's going to happen. Not a good sign. But we have, Kamala doesn't need Florida. Kamala doesn't need Florida. Thanks to Gerald Brown, Teresa Walsh Valenzas, and Luis Torres, who have signed up on my website and are new members 162, 163, and 164. Also, thanks to Dylan Richardson. Welcome in. We have quite a night here, and let's check out what is happening elsewhere. Is Fox even like, let me see here. So this seems to be just like a, this seems to be just like a silent feed. I thought Fox News had an actual, like a proper feed. Bernie won, in case people didn't know. What is happening? Let's see. The Fox News, the race to 270. I thought we could see actual Fox News coverage just because it's out of curiosity. I'd kind of love to see what is going on. But I'm not finding their like proper feed here. Maybe I might need to actually just pull up the cable feed, which is fine if we need to do that. Live election results, live. Yeah, okay, so they don't have that quite yet. This is a loss of a Senate seat there that you saw in West Virginia. In fact, let's maybe review where we are as far as the Senate goes. Here's Senate. And let's wait for the results to populate. Okay. So West Virginia called for Jim Justice. Indiana called for Jim Banks. We have some early... Ohio is quite competitive between Moreno and Sherrod Brown, who is the incumbent. Virginia, Tim Kaine is leading there, but 21% of the vote. And in Florida, Rick Scott currently ahead of our friend, Debbie McCarcel-Powell. She's really great. I would love it if she won. The numbers are stacked against her, almost identically mirroring the Trump numbers in the Senate. So we're going to continue watching that one. Over in the House, still so early, so early. 7 to 23, that is going to be a long one. Really all eyes right now on presidential, and that is where in just 1 minute we are going to start getting numbers from Pennsylvania, and we are expecting a huge dump of ballots from Georgia, and those are going to be very instructive. A crowd starting to gather at Kamala Harris's watch party at Howard University, a crowd starting to gather at Mar-a-Lago, where Donald Trump will ultimately be speaking. Right Side Broadcasting seems titillated here. We have status coup. Where is status coup?
They just voted for the first time. They both said they were for Trump. The first one, his first answer was, "Well, he's funny." I don't like violence, but I was feeling a little homicidal. And the other one said he's the peace candidate, but then said that he agrees with.
Okay, so Jordan Sheridan doing a lot there. We are now going to start getting the Pennsylvania data, ladies and gentlemen. It is 8 p.m. Pennsylvania has closed. It is a critical race, and we are going to hear about that soon. We have seen Maryland now called for Kamala Harris. That completely as expected, and you like to see that, 13 to 32. We also now have, where are they getting? They've called Vermont. Has anything else been called here? I don't know how they're getting 31. It's very strange. What am I missing here? And 23 for Trump. We have 32. That's really odd. I don't know what else 35 and 105. Ohio. Whoa, look at ladies and gentlemen, we just got a ton of results here. DC, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island have been indeed called for Kamala Harris. Massachusetts and, that's not right. And Rhode Island have been called for Kamala Harris. In addition, Missouri, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Mississippi, and Alabama. Missouri, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Mississippi, and Alabama have been indeed called for Donald Trump. South Carolina and Florida. Florida has fallen, and it is in Trump's corner with what is right now a brutal victory for Donald Trump. If you want to see the two worst signs so far, they are that Trump seems to have more than tripled his margin of victory from 2020 in Florida, okay? And that in Georgia, with a third of the vote in, Trump's winning by 9. That's not good. We have our first data from Texas, where with 5% of the vote in, Kamala Harris is leading. Still so early there, but you love to see it. We have 20% of the vote in Ohio, and Kamala Harris is winning by 14. Could we see an unprecedented path to 270 with Trump winning states expected to be needed by Harris and Harris winning states expected to be needed by Trump? You could see that. Will we see it? It's way too early to say. Thanks for Tiny Sir Jen for the Twitch gifts. Very much appreciate that. We are now moments away from the first Pennsylvania numbers. Georgia, any moment, is going to dump in a huge amount of votes expected any second here from the state of Georgia. Let's see where PBS is on this.
Also won the state of South Carolina with its 9 electoral votes. That additionally goes into his win column. When you take a look at the national map, that has now been added to his electoral total there. 95 to Vice President Harris's 35. Back to you, John.
And John, in the meantime, I understand Donald Trump has been making unsubstantiated claims of voter fraud in and around Philadelphia. Bring us up to speed and give us a fact check.
He went on social media earlier this afternoon, said that there was massive fraud or massive cheating, is his words, going on in Philadelphia, and that law enforcement was on the way. The first denial I saw came from Seth Bluestein. Who's Seth Bluestein? He's a Republican city commissioner.
There is no problem currently in Pennsylvania. We do have the Fox News feed. Just for kicks, let's listen to what they are saying here. I have no audio. Let's get some audio. Let's listen a little bit to the Fox coverage. Let me unmute.
Feel they're getting ahead financially, that Kamala Harris is even competitive.
Let me fix this.
And bravo to the Democrat machine to make this race competitive, because she came out of nowhere. No one knows who she is. She didn't run a very specific campaign, and she is making it. They are making it a very competitive race. I mean, we haven't called anything surprising except for New Jersey.
You were surprised.
I was.
Jesse Tarlow,
okay.
welcome. Good
I
to see you.
disappeared
Yes,
there.
thanks for
So
having me. Thoughts so far on the evening?
Let me fix that.
Not surprised by New
feed,
Jersey, and I'm sorry for you. You had been bragging about that one for months to me.
Okay. I was wrong once.
One time. It's been interesting to see, obviously, what's going on in the suburbs. If this is a harbinger of a good night for Kamala Harris, that's where it's going to happen. Obviously, you need the urban turnout to be huge. And I think Philadelphia was a big story this day already in the first hour.
I think that we can safely put New Jersey in Kamala Harris's camp, and we'll see whether anything else here has indeed been called. We are still waiting on those first Pennsylvania numbers any second, and those are critical. Now with 36% counted in Georgia, Trump holding a 12-point lead. So it's tightening just a hair. And then in North Carolina, now with 7% in, Kamala Harris still with a healthy lead there for sure. Bernie Sanders, of course, winning, as I told you earlier. Let's look at a couple of other super chats. Eric says, David is a Swedish person with my woman in the U.S. I want to thank you for your excellent independent reporting. Well, thank you. Andy says, come on, Ohio. We've been red for far too long. Brian asks, are we at the point where Trump declares early victory? Not yet. We are not at that point yet. How long will I be on tonight? Depends what the results are like. Jordan says, born and raised in Oklahoma, will never understand my fellow Okies. Sad. Craig Tucker says, hurry up with Pennsylvania. It's posted already. Let's see. I didn't see that it was posted anywhere. Oh, we've got some Pennsylvania numbers. We have the first Pennsylvania numbers, and with 3% of the vote, it is a blowout for Kamala Harris, but still very, very early. So listen, there are people in the audience who are already panicking. But let me tell you why it doesn't make sense to panic right now. So far, all we know is that Trump won Florida by way more than he won it last time. Okay, Trump needs Florida. Kamala Harris doesn't need Florida. Georgia is not looking great. But Kamala Harris, as I've pointed out in the maps I've set up for all of you, Kamala Harris can lose Georgia. If she gets Pennsylvania and gets North Carolina, where she's leading right now, she's fine. She's fine. And I know people are seeing light blue Texas. This happened last time. Let's wait on Texas. Ohio with 31% reporting is Kamala +7. That's already starting to become an interesting number. What I can tell you is that this map does not change Trump's paths to victory. Trump was going to have to flip Georgia and or Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada. He needs to flip stuff. Kamala Harris can calmly lose Georgia, but if she were to get some combination of Ohio, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Texas, I don't even know why we're talking about Texas. I don't believe she will ultimately win Texas, but there are other paths here. She wins. So I know that there are people that are panicking already in my audience. 4 years ago, I told you, I will let you know when to panic. We are nowhere near any time needing to panic. Let him win Florida by 12 if that's what he wants to do. But can he get some of these other states? Now, in terms of other things that have been called, Connecticut has now been called for Kamala Harris. So we're going to put that in her camp. I have it at 52 to 105. Google and AP is not exactly the same. Tennessee, Kentucky. All right, we're going to continue following the numbers. Eric Chang says, is it possible blue voters left Florida to other purple states? We don't have evidence that blue voters left Florida. We have evidence that red voters went to Florida. And therefore, that is bolstering Trump's lead in Florida, but it may be hurting him elsewhere. Paul bringing this up. David, how many Trumpers moved to Florida during COVID? Exactly right. I want to say thank you to Loran O'Connor and Philip D'Aquila. Hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. If you're just joining, we are here with live results. Thanks, Charles Wieland over on Twitch. Appreciate everybody who is watching. It is so early. We don't have any information at this point in time that means that we have to panic in any way at all. It is very, very early. Let's see what the coverage is over on Fox.
Let me pop out here a moment and show you another thing here that we were looking at.
Wait, can you stay in Georgia for 1 second?
I can.
Just before we leave there, the Fox News voter analysis and the network's exit polls, we're being told, show the former president doubling his percentage of black men in Georgia. He was at 11% in 2020 and now at 25%, according to these two surveys today.
So that may sync up with what...
It's starting to match the raw vote.
That may sync up with what we're seeing now in Fulton County. Now, you got almost half the votes still out there, okay? Yep. 52% is the estimated number of votes that are in at the moment, okay? So roughly 48% out there. This is Fulton County. This is Kamala Harris. She's going to win the county, okay? But look at the raw vote total here. It's impressive, 129,000. But look what Joe Biden did in the same county, okay? 242,000. You'd have to go into the precincts to know where the rest of the remaining vote comes from. Yep. And maybe we take a look at that in a moment here. But that would be, you're one of 159 in terms of population. So maybe what you're saying, Brett, about the African-American male vote there is true in places like Fulton County, Georgia. Just want to caution you, there's still a lot of vote out there. But we're going to keep a very close eye on Fulton County starting right now into the night here in Georgia.
And Bill, do you have any indication that turnout is a bit lower than 2020, because that would affect some of what you're doing in these comparisons as well?
I can tell you this, Martha. Before Election Day, Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, set up an awesome website. And I mean, just county by county.
So Fox News accurately identifying that there is something going on here with some of these internals. And it doesn't take much to realize that. You can see that the dynamics here are different. An absolutely massive blowout win. Trump is now leading in Florida by 1.23 million. He only won by 380,000 or so votes last time around. In Georgia, with 36% reporting, Trump's winning by 14, but we have very little of the city vote there. On the other hand, early numbers from Pennsylvania, with 5% reporting Kamala Harris with a blowout lead. In Ohio, with 34% reporting, this one is getting interesting. Pennsylvania at 5%, it's not super interesting yet. Ohio with 34% and Harris leading by 5 is very, very interesting. Nobody has even gamed out a scenario for Trump to 270 if he loses Ohio. It's considered fait accompli. Trump's getting Ohio. And yet, with 34% of the vote, Trump's down 100,000 votes. Now, let me just pull up 2020 Ohio presidential results. In 2020, Trump won Ohio by 8. Okay. In addition, Trump's raw victory was nearly 500,000 votes. So understand, remember, we're doing the math of how this all works. If in the first third, Harris is winning by 100,000, that means in the second 2/3, Trump needs to gain back 100,000. Trump won by 500,000 in 2020. To get to his 2020 margin of victory, Trump needs 500,000 plus the 100,000 he's losing by. So to get to his Ohio numbers, Trump needs plus 600,000 vote margin in the remaining 2/3 of the vote. That's an uphill battle. Okay. Texas, with 16% reporting, has now flipped to Trump. That's as expected. Sometimes you'll get an early blue pop in Texas. Texas is not considered to be in play, but neither was Ohio, and look at how that's going. In Pennsylvania, we have a really interesting scenario where with 5% of the vote, now 6% of the vote, Harris is winning by 52. I'm just going to tell you, if Harris can hold these leads in Pennsylvania and North Carolina, they're so early and they're so small. If Harris can hold those, it could be an early night. It could be an early night in the sense that she might just have a blowout here. I'm not predicting that. What I'm telling you is if we continue to see that, that's the direction that it would go. Okay. Let me see what else I wanted to show you here as we continue to see these results. I would love it if the CNN feed went live. I might just go and get my own CNN feed. Let's actually do that right now. Let me pop open an additional window, and I'm going to get this set up in a moment here.
From today, which I think may favor Republicans more. So still a very close race in the state, and probably a long time before we get a race call tonight for North Carolina in the presidential.
State's history.
And we should clarify, still too early to call in this key state, which we think could be a bellwether to some degree. But we should also know the last time Democrats won here was back in 2008 with President Obama. Former President Trump won there in 20.
Let's mute, and let's just make sure that we're going to have the CNN feed. Okay, let's do this one, and I'm going to get this shot set up for CNN. So just give me a second. It'll all be good. Let me get audio for it.
With the state of Massachusetts, there you have incumbent Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren seeking her third term in office. The former presidential candidate is expected to defeat John Deaton, a best-selling author and cryptocurrency advocate. Staying in the Northeast, another projection to bring you for Democrats in the state of Connecticut. There, incumbent Democratic Senator Chris Murphy will win his third full term in office as he defeats Matthew Corey, a bar owner / teamster who's run for statewide office now 5 times The fifth time, not the charm for him, Murphy wins re-election in Connecticut. Meantime, a projection to bring you from Rhode Island. There, incumbent Democratic Senator Sheldon Whitehouse seeking his fourth term in office. He's projected to defeat Patricia Morgan, a Democratic member, or rather a Republican member of the state House. And now, in Vermont, the longest-serving independent in congressional history, Senator Bernie Sanders, an independent who caucuses with Democrats, is expected to win his fourth term as he defeats Gerald Malloy, a business executive. So what do all those projections mean for the magic number, the number that Republicans need to pick up in order to take control of the upper chamber? With the one pickup in West Virginia, they started out the night at 2, now it's at 1, and they are currently leading, still early, but they are currently leading in 0 races where Democrats hold seats. Let's take a look at some key race alerts now and get you live updates, live results as they are coming into CNN, beginning with the state of Texas. This is a welcome sign for Democrats. It is still early.
Look at that.
Right now, Democratic Congressman Colin Allred from the Dallas area has about a 31,000 vote lead over Republican incumbent Ted Cruz, who's seeking his third term in office. Of course, Democrats love to see this, but it is still early, and this could present one of the few opportunities for Democrats to pick up a Republican seat. We just got an update now. His lead up to 14,000 votes with 18% of the vote in the Lone Star State. Let's get you an update from Pennsylvania. Here, incumbent Democratic Senator Bob Casey, seeking his fourth term in office. He's currently leading against the CEO of one of the largest hedge funds in the world, former CEO, I should say.
So CNN doing results. Let's get to the latest updates as far as what we have going on here. We are starting to get more numbers. The first numbers from Kansas with 6% reporting look absolutely great for Kamala Harris. I expect that to be sort of a blue mirage. I don't think there's any way that Harris wins Kansas, but it is interesting to see it. What we are really interested in are these Georgia numbers. We are now closing in on 50% of the vote, and Donald Trump is leading by just a hair under 12. So the way that this is going to work is that we have to think of the raw vote totals. Right now, Trump's lead in Georgia is 274,000 votes. In 2020, Trump lost by 12,000 votes. In fact, I think it was 11th.
I need 11,000 votes. Give me a break.
I need 11,000 votes. Give me a break. So Trump lost by 12,000 in 2020, leading by 274 right now. Now leading by 279, 43%. So that last bit of vote helped Trump. So let me give you the two sides of this. And again, with a lot of these things, there's two sides to it. On the one hand, if Trump goes from losing Georgia by 12K to winning by 279K, that's a really bad sign for Kamala Harris. On the other hand, Kamala Harris has a number of paths to victory that don't include Georgia. One of those is Pennsylvania, where with 7% reporting, she's currently winning by almost 50. Now, she's not going to win by 50 in the end. But if she were to get Pennsylvania and North Carolina, she actually doesn't need Georgia, assuming everything else holds. Now, the other element of interest that is building is that now with 37% reporting, Kamala Harris is still holding on to a small lead in Ohio. Now, I see in the chat and the super chat and everywhere that there are a lot of people getting excited about Ohio. I want to just remind people, this happened in 2020. This happened in 2016. I am not familiar enough with Ohio to be able to tell you why, but we have frequently seen these early leads for the Democrat in Ohio, which ultimately evaporate. Ohio was not expected to be competitive. Let me see where the polling was. The polling going in today to Ohio was Trump +9. Do I think the pollsters could have gotten Ohio so wrong that they had it +9 for Trump and Trump loses? I would be very surprised. I would be very surprised. Impossible? No, not impossible, but I would be very, very surprised to see that. Thanks to Malachi Ross and Senator Larry Craig for signing up on my website. We have a goal of 270 new website members today, one for each electoral vote needed to become president of the United States. Also want to say thanks to Cool KG for signing up via Twitch. Let's look at a couple of other Super chats here. We have, hold on a second. We have the Fox News panels here. We have CNN as well, where they are reporting on a number of different important elements. Polls closed at 8, 5:17. Oh, this seems to be 5 minutes behind. Let me just refresh it. A lot of super chats coming in. Travis expecting Cancun cruise to lose, which would be very interesting to see. Keith Sauce says, I bet you have a great turtleneck. Thank you. Kansas we looked at. Nina says, David, watching from Austria. Of course, here on your channel, as appreciate your clear and objective approach to the subjective territory of politics. Love your interviews and your sense of humor. Nina, great to see you. I know it's a very late night there. Let's listen to what is happening.
Let us take a key race alert right now. Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris in the lead there with 72% of the vote. Donald Trump has 26.9% of the vote. Harris has a 240,000 plus vote lead. But it's early. Only 8% of the estimated vote has come in from Pennsylvania. In Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead there with 61.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with 37.1% of the vote. Harris with a 58,000 plus vote lead. Still early there as well. Only 4% of the estimated vote has come in from Michigan. In Battleground, Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead with 55% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 44.4% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 275,000 plus vote lead. That's with almost half the vote in, 48% of the estimated vote in from Battleground, Georgia.
Indeed.
In Battleground, North Carolina, Kamala Harris in the lead there with 52.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with 46.5% of the vote. Harris has a 36,000 plus vote lead. That's with only 11% of the estimated vote in from North Carolina. It is still very early in North Carolina. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Harris in the lead there, 51% of the vote. Donald Trump has 47.2% of the vote. Harris with a 58,000 vote or so lead. That's with more than a third of the vote in from Commonwealth Virginia, 34% of the estimated vote. John King?
Jake, starting to fill in more on the map. You're starting to figure out where we go. I want to caution everybody, if you look at the map, as we start to fill in more as we move at least to the Midwest, you have Kansas blue at the moment. Very reliably red state. We'll count the votes, see what happens. Remember, it shocked us after Dobbs with the referendum there. Ohio is still blue. We expect as more votes come in.
Let me address the people like this individual, Ezekiel, who says, can I start panicking now? Just remember 2020. I will tell you when there is reason to panic. There are some signs that don't look good for Trump and some signs that don't look good for Kamala Harris. It is nowhere near time to panic. I see people on Twitch. I see people on YouTube and on X. There's a lot of people getting worried. There is really no reason to get worried right now, okay? In fact, let's go over here. Here's what I want you to understand. Imagine Trump does get Georgia. Let's just fill this in the way it is likely to go, okay? I think this will be more useful, actually. So Alaska will go red and Hawaii. Tell me if this is useful. This is going to go red, red, red. This will be blue. Iowa, let's just assume it goes red. This will be blue, blue. Let's assume Michigan goes blue. Ohio, red. This will be red, 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 red. Blue in Colorado, red here. Red, red, blue. Okay. Let me explain to you this scenario. In this map, I've given Trump Georgia. Oh, sorry. Delaware is going to be blue. Okay. Imagine here, okay, that Trump gets Nevada and Trump gets Arizona and Trump gets North Carolina. Okay. Look at all of the stuff Trump took. Pennsylvania alone means that Harris wins. Pennsylvania alone means that Harris wins. Now, imagine that Trump gets, this kind of gives Trump everything. I mean, it's like this. So the point here is Harris only needs to hold one of these things. If Trump gets Pennsylvania, but Harris gets North Carolina and flips either Nevada or Arizona, either, right? This is with Arizona, or Trump gets Arizona, Kamala gets Nevada. In this scenario, look, Trump took Arizona, Trump took Georgia, Trump took Pennsylvania. Just by getting North Carolina, Harris still wins. Now, I don't know that this is going to happen. okay? It's just not yet time to panic. Give me an hour and then we'll start panicking. I've got chickpea snacks. I've got a Kind bar. We haven't even broken those out yet. We can't panic until we break those out. Okay, so the point here is we're just going to be, it's just too early. It's just too early to start the panicking right now. Let's see what they're saying about Pennsylvania.
It's just too competitive a state. So why is it such a big lead? Because most of the votes are from right down here in Philadelphia and the Democratic suburbs, but can still be instructive. Number one, we're still at the same place, 87%, 17% there at 87%. We haven't moved in Philadelphia. She's ahead of where President Biden was 4 years ago, but that's a tiny percentage of votes, and they're early votes. So let's move up here. This is the most competitive of the three caller counties. It's Delaware, Montgomery, and Bucks. Bucks has become the most competitive. At the moment, the vice president is getting 66% if you round up in Bucks County, but again, it's 11%. If the vice president ends up above 60% in Bucks County at the end of the night, she's going to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, but it is very, very early. Why do I say that? Because Joe Biden won it last time with just 52%. This is a very tough, there's a good, strong Trump base in Bucks County. So what you see at the moment is mostly early votes, but we watch and we see. Another place here is Montgomery County. Again, when I started doing this is where Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush won elections. No more. It's a Democratic stronghold now. But you see right now, it's very early on, 800 votes when you add that up. So we won't even bother with the comparison. And then you just pop down to Delaware County. Same issue, about 15% of the vote in. So we can take a look here. I was just here the other day in Delaware County, and you see it's overwhelmingly Democratic, but you do see some pockets of Trump support. This is one of the places it's a key test. He's not going to win Delaware County. Can he improve his standing in the suburbs just a little bit? That's Donald Trump's big challenge. Improve your standing in the suburbs just a little bit. 15%. He's at 24% right now. If you go back 4 years ago, he was at 36%. So if he stays where he is, he's in trouble in Pennsylvania. But again, these are very, very, very early results. So we've been looking at this from the vice president's perspective. Let's come back to 2024 and look at it from the former president's perspective, and that is these red areas out here. So this is Butler County. This is where the rally was, where the assassination attempt was made on the former president's life. Very small smattering of votes right here, but this is Trump country. This is Trump country. 81% of the vote at the moment right now. You go back 4 years ago, 67%. So let's see. Let's see. It's very, very early. So it's not. I'm not making the comparison now. It's just one of the places we laid out markers and we look. Does Donald Trump match or exceed his 2020 performance in these smaller red rural counties? That is his building block in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Takeaway here is we have this early lead in Pennsylvania for Harris. It is a deceptive lead right now. We need to allow a lot more time for more of the vote to be counted. We're still below 10%, but we are going to be monitoring that. In Georgia, we are now at 50%, okay? So let me kind of explain to you the math of Georgia. For anyone who believes Georgia is lost, I don't believe we can mathematically say that yet, but we may be able to make a projection, an informal projection in about a half hour. As you know, we were able to make the Florida projection informally, you and I, by doing simple math quite early, and it did ultimately get called for Trump. What is the deal in Georgia? Let's reset. In 2020, Biden won Georgia by 12,000, okay? Right now, with 52% reporting, Trump is leading Georgia by 300,000. So what does this tell us? This tells us that to get to the 2020 result that Biden had, Harris needs, in the remaining 48% of the vote, to win by the 300,000 that she's losing by, and to pick up 12,000 more. So this is how if you think about it, if you think about these as paths that start to narrow, at the beginning with 0% in, you need 50% plus 1 to win. Now, with 52% in, losing by 300K, you have 48% of the vote remaining, and you need to make up 300,000. She needs to do better over the last 48% than Trump did well during the first 52%. It starts to narrow. It starts to narrow the path for sure. Now, conversely, you have a situation, by the way, Ohio, as is often the case, tight race there. Half a point, 11,000 votes separating the two candidates. In Pennsylvania, it's only 8% of the vote. So when you look at the vote difference, right now Harris is winning by 240. She got a 240 lead with 8%. Trump now needs to make up 240, but he's got 92% of the vote to do it. So the math is still wide open. Is that making sense? I hope I'm explaining that clearly. What's this? So this isn't great. With 37% reporting, Virginia, a state expected to be a Harris state, has a very small lead for Donald Trump. Let's look at Virginia, Trump-Harris going into this. Virginia was polling Harris +5 going in, and with 37% of the vote, Trump is leading. Trump is leading. It is not yet time to panic, okay? Look, if this were time to panic, you wouldn't see all of these people signing up on my website. They'd be saying, I'm done, I'm out. But we've got Alexa Hill, Odin Gustafson, Campbell Story, Damon and Kayla, Gardner Magnuson, Denise Heifert, Carlos Giron, Tomas Wright, Chef Kelly Anderson, and Anne-Marie Bonfontaine, who just signed up on my website, putting us at 192, okay? They seem to get what's going on and or are panicking and are saying, damn, we really got to support some independent media here because some of this stuff is starting to look a little bit rough. Some of this stuff is starting to look a little bit rough. Indiana has been called for Trump. We are getting early vote from North Dakota, widely expected to go Trump. Kansas is interesting with 7%. Kamala Harris is still leading there. Would be a big surprise if she were to win that. We still are, let me just refresh once. I believe we are still at those same 52% numbers in Georgia. Georgia is of critical importance right now. Yeah, 52% with Trump +11. And in Pennsylvania, we are waiting for I just want to warn people, Pennsylvania counts votes slowly, very, very slowly, very, very slowly. So we just need to be prepared for quite a night there, quite a night. How long will I be streaming? I don't know. It depends on what it's looking like. Depends on what it's looking like. We are getting some concerning signals and some okay signals, I guess I would say. Let's go over to the Decision Desk HQ board, and we're going to look at Senate here in a moment as well. They have it 111 to 31. 111 to 31. The Georgia numbers, they have 51% in, so that's very similar to what we're seeing elsewhere. Over here on Washington Post, for Georgia, they only have 47%, but let's refresh that just to see if it, very similar in Georgia. That's kind of like the center of our interest right now. Yeah, 47%. Pennsylvania still only 8%. Harris in the lead in Virginia. Harris leading North Carolina, but by less. We just got a little bit more vote in North Carolina, and Harris is now winning by less than 4. So North Carolina, certainly a source of interest, but we are going to have to keep a very close eye on that. Let's see over on Fox what's happening.
Time in New Mexico, which he lost twice. And I think that if Kamala Harris is victorious tonight, there should be some examination of why those campaign stops happened and if his time would have been better spent parked in North Carolina, in Georgia, in Arizona, and one of the blue wall states that he has to pick up, Pennsylvania, for sure.
We've got to go ahead.
Yeah, we'll see how that inefficient vote is. It's a real issue, and we have to see whether or not it actually pans out. And one of the reasons he went to New York and New Mexico and were these House races. I mean, there are House races in all of those places. So. And she did the same thing in places as well.
We're going to have, hold on. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to be right back with the panel, and we're going to dig into a lot of these numbers.
All right. Fox News going to a break, and then let's check in over here on CNN. Let me refresh this. It seems whenever I tune away from the CNN, it kind of starts to fall behind, which you really don't love to see. Okay, let's listen.
For Vice President Harris, or again, more important almost, is can Trump move his numbers up? 39% in the suburbs right now, Gwinnett County suburbs. it was 40%. So at the moment in this one suburb, he's got some work to do. We'll see if he can do it. Let's move down here to DeKalb County. This is the most Democratic of the suburbs just to the east of Atlanta. 83% President Biden had in winning the state 4 years ago. The vice president running a little bit behind that right now, but look, that's not even 1,000 votes. So we have a ways to go before we have to worry about any comparison there. Let's drop down to Clayton County, the Atlanta airport just south of Atlanta. Big Democratic stronghold. This was critical to Biden coming back in Georgia as they counted the votes in 2020. Trump had an early lead, but as the count went on into the day after and the day after.
Very similar to the analysis we're talking about here. Let me do something that I'm being asked to do, okay? Adam says, David, my friend texted me Trump is minus 220 in the betting markets. Do you mind taking a look at those? Let's do it. I am going to look at 3 betting markets, Predict It, Kalshi, and Polymarket. Why do I look at Polymarket? Polymarket is this Peter Thiel thing. I'm not suggesting that it's accurate. It is an indicator of where the money is going. Okay, so these are betting markets as to what's going on. We start with Predict It. Over the last period of time, Trump's odds of winning based on the money have skyrocketed. This was essentially 50-50 this morning, and Trump's odds of winning have skyrocketed based on people who are betting. Over on Kalshi, as you can see, a vertical line from what was 50-50 just a couple of days ago and what was considered 60-40 this morning. This has skyrocketed, putting Trump's odds of winning at 66%. And then finally on Polymarket, which is the Peter Thiel associated kind of astroturfed thing, Trump's numbers also skyrocketing, now considered to be 72, 72.2, 72.5. It seems to be climbing before our very eyes, So we will be monitoring these. I don't think that these are accurate per se, but certainly it's interesting to see that there is money flowing in right now, to those who believe that it is Donald Trump who is ultimately going to prevail in this election. Kamala Harris has had a number of additional states called for her, now securing 71 electoral votes. Here's my view of if I were in the room with these two candidates right now, what would I be thinking? If I were Harris, I would be realizing it. Oh, and North Carolina has just fallen now. With a complete and total reversal, the North Carolina path for Harris has reversed as Donald Trump has taken a lead now in North Carolina. We were looking at a scenario where with Pennsylvania and North Carolina, Harris could win, or with Pennsylvania and Ohio, Harris could win. Unfortunately, in Virginia, with 40% reporting Trump's ahead, Virginia was supposed to be a gimme for Kamala Harris. In North Carolina, with 16% reporting, still early, but a reversal from just 30 minutes ago. Trump has taken a lead. Georgia with 52% reporting. We still have an 11-point lead for Trump, okay? The numbers are evolving, and they are evolving quickly. In Michigan, with 7% reporting, Kamala Harris with the lead that we were expecting, okay? Let's see what else we have here. I want to say thank you to David and Jael Hoover, Tucker Perry, Catherine Askew, Kelly Moore, Jesse Langner, Terry Ritter, Lee Foster, and Rovan Vaidia, who just signed up on my website, putting us at 200. Folks, I'm flattered by the support. No matter who wins tonight, we have to come together here one way or the other, and we will outline the texture of that very soon, very, very soon. Okay, let's check out, do we want any voicemails or should we not do it? Maybe we don't do voicemails right now. Thanks, methinks, for the super chat. Appreciate it. Great to hear from so many different people. We are on the verge of 50,000 live concurrent viewers on YouTube alone, plus Facebook, Twitch, and X. Great to see all of you. I do want to remind you, before you leave or right now, please do subscribe to the YouTube channel. Or other progressive YouTube channels, whichever ones you like, but it costs nothing. And we really need to do a better job on the left of doing what the right does, which is to absolutely overwhelm with the support of some of these progressive independent media outlets. We are pushing to 2.7 million, and I hope to hear from many of you very, very soon. Let's get an update here from CNN and CNN's John King. And see what the latest is.
In Battleground, Georgia, 54% of the estimated vote in from Georgia. Now we're standing by for the second largest wave of poll closings just minutes from now at 9 Eastern, when a total of 163 electoral votes are at stake in 15 states.
Huge.
Remember, 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. All voting is about to end in Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, the battleground state of Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, battleground Wisconsin, and Wyoming. As I mentioned, Michigan and Wisconsin are the two battlegrounds on the line in the hour ahead. Pillars of the Democrats' so-called blue wall that crumbled in 2016 but was rebuilt to help seal President Biden's victory 4 years ago. Out west, Arizona is another major presidential battleground that we're watching.
Yes.
We're heading into a high-stakes hour in the Harris-Trump contest, with polling places about to close in 3 states.
So let me remind everybody, even though Arizona was of critical importance in 2020, and even though Arizona is unlikely to have finalized results for a very long time, in most scenarios, the election does not come down to Arizona alone. In most scenarios. As we've been talking about earlier, you can draw up a scenario. Let me see let me see how I can do this. Trump here, Harris, Trump. You know, I guess Trump. Okay. Here's a scenario, okay? If Trump gets Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Georgia, but Harris gets North Carolina, which isn't seeming super likely, but imagine that, then Arizona could decide. In this scenario, Arizona means Trump wins or Arizona means Harris wins. This is not a likely scenario. It's not looking like a likely scenario. I think more likely is something like this, in which, well, I mean, in a sense, together, these two states could be deciders. The point is, the scenario where only Arizona makes the difference is not really seeming like the most likely scenario. But it is, of course, possible. It's possible. And so we are going to be keeping an eye on it. David Newton says only 5% and 6% in Durham and Wake County, respectively, in North Carolina, both Democratic strongholds. Yeah, listen, it's early in North Carolina. It's early in North Carolina, and especially if you understand the dynamics of the state, you understand that. But now we have 21% reporting, and Trump's lead has built. Okay? So remember, we think about it as a tunnel. And think about it as a tunnel that as you drive through, it shrinks and shrinks and shrinks, and you have to go faster and faster. Imagine that the tunnel has an exit. It's this big circle, right? When you start the night, it's this huge circle. You can drive nice and slow, and you're going to get to that tunnel. But as part of the vote is counted, the candidate that's losing has a smaller and smaller hole through which they can get their car out. The way to get out of the tunnel as you have less runway left is you have to go faster and faster. And so, again, to give you the numbers now, 21% is roughly 1/5, okay? In the first fifth of the vote, Trump won by 5. Uh-oh. Oh, dear. We just had an update. We now have a quarter of the vote in North Carolina, and Trump's lead has swelled from 65,000 to 95,000. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, yeah. The tunnel is closing. Okay, Let me redo the math that I was just doing. Trump in the first quarter of the vote built a 95,000 vote lead. This means that now Harris must win the last 3/4 of the vote by that same 95,000. Totally doable. Totally doable. But you've got to start making that up. Now, a couple of the other things that we are looking at. Maine is starting to report, but it is so early. So early. Nothing really doing there. Of greater concern is Virginia. Okay? Virginia was supposed to be Harris +5. Harris +5. It's currently Trump leading by 0.5 point with 43% counted. Early. Okay? And then we do have Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is counting excruciatingly slowly. But what I want to make a note of, and where is that damn pen? Excuse me just one second. Okay, I got myself a Sharpie here. What I want to make a note of in PA is that, okay, at 12%, it is Harris plus 333K. Okay? What I want to track in Pennsylvania is the trajectory in terms of the absolute vote margin. Let me remind myself, PA 2020 Trump-Biden results. In 2020, Biden won Pennsylvania by 23 and 58 is 81,000, 81K. Biden plus 81K. So think of that. Right now, Harris is winning by 333 in Pennsylvania. Biden only, hold on a second. We now have an update. With 13% reporting, Harris is winning by 22 and 7 is 29, 229. I'm sorry, 329. So this is exactly why we're doing this. We just got 1% more of the vote from Pennsylvania, and Harris's lead declined by 4K. That's the kind of trajectory that we need to keep an eye on in terms of the direction that is going. If it tightens, it'll tell us we're probably in for kind of a long runway as far as Pennsylvania is concerned. Georgia is now at 62% reporting. What I want to dig into in Georgia is how much of the city vote is in. Let's take a look. In Fulton County, 74% of the vote is in. And I think the problem is, let's see here, 2020 Fulton County Trump-Biden results. In 2020, the raw vote margin in Fulton County was 243. Okay? Here's my concern about Georgia. They've counted 3/4 of Fulton County. Harris's lead is 178. Right now, Harris is tracking to win Fulton County by less than Biden won it in 2020. To me, that's a sign that it's going in the very much wrong direction. We need more data. In Augusta, they've counted 2/3 of the vote. In Savannah, they've only counted 5% of the vote. Okay? Let's look at Chatham, Georgia County 2020 results. In Chatham County in 2020, Biden won by 12K. Harris is currently winning by 3,500. That's a potential source of votes for Kamala Harris. So we're really tracking that closely, but I don't want to pretend that Georgia's looking good. It is very plausible very plausible that Trump is going to take Georgia, and then it's going to come down to the rest of the map. Let's take a little bit of a look at Senate. Hold on, here's Senate. If we look at the Senate, Ted Cruz has now taken a lead in Texas. We have hopes that Colin Allred will defeat Ted Cruz. We have hopes for that. Right now, with 52% reporting, Cruz is winning by a few points, and that is where the polling was, okay? And then let's look over here at House. House, so early, we are still very far from being able to declare a majority. But president is where a lot of the focus is right now. Early leads for Harris in Kansas and Missouri, although we must wait there to see what happens. We still are at 62% in Georgia, 24% in North Carolina, and 13% in Pennsylvania. Let's check in with Fox News.
Hearing their voices. Hi, Harris.
And watching everything you guys are doing, Martha. Thank you. This is Voters' Voices, and I'm Harris Faulkner. Here with me, polling expert Lee Carter. And we have a fabulous audience of voters talking with us about the top issues in the race for the White House. Most polls show the economy is the voters' top issue. Now a clip from Vice President Kamala Harris. The lines on the screen show how voters reacted to the comment in real time. That's what you've gathered. And the red lines represent Republicans, the blue Democrats, the gray are independents. Here it is.
While inflation is down and wages are up, prices are still too high. You know it and I know it. And unlike Donald Trump, who had $400 million served to him on a silver platter, I come from the middle class. And I will never forget where I come from, which is why my common sense plan will lower the prices you pay on everything from prescription drugs to groceries to housing. Donald Trump will raise costs on you and your families. In fact, independent economists have analyzed our plans and found that mine will cut your costs and strengthen our economy. His will increase inflation and lead to a recession by the middle of next year.
Independents, Republicans didn't find what they wanted. Again, we're watching for independents.
That's right. So you can see there, independents gave this a D, Democrats gave it an A, Republicans gave.
I'm not finding that nonsense particularly interesting. I'm not going to lie. It's no real big surprises there, at least as far as I can tell.
Split screen, that other video that you're looking at, that's the inside of the vote count, the tabulation center. They are looking at the ballots. They are processing ballots. All of this is with the early vote. After the polls close, about an hour after polls close here in Arizona, we are anticipating to get the first results out of Arizona. That will be only the early vote, the ballots that have been processed up until Election Day. And then as the night moves on, Aaron, those ballots that are out at the vote centers will be processed. They're counted, separated in there, and then brought over here to the tabulation center to be processed. And that information is going to start to come out as well. So it is a multi-step process. It takes time. There has to be signature verification. The ballots have to be cured here in Maricopa County. But something I want to address very quickly, because this is something that's happening right here in Arizona as we watch this clock wind down before polls close, is that there's still long lines at some of the spots that we are watching at some of these vote centers.
Not only are there long lines, we have reports of low credibility bomb threats in Georgia in overwhelmingly black precincts. The idea being that there is an attempt made here to try to shut down places where disproportionately Democrats are voting. That is the news that we are getting out of Georgia, although there is not at this time reason to believe that it is affecting the results overall. We are 4 minutes away from a huge tranche of results from a number of different states. A lot of high margin, like very partisan states are going to be closing at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. That's 4 minutes from now. It is going to start filling in the map, but it is not going to fill it in with anything that would come as a huge surprise to any of us. It's going to be New York and other states that we know exactly how they're going to go. However, Arizona will close at 9 p.m. Eastern, and then the vote count will start. Notoriously very slow counting there in Arizona, as everybody knows. We're going to be following that very closely. I want to say thank you to the 5, 10, 15 folks who just got memberships on my website. It's so great to be joined by so many like-minded people tonight, no matter what happens. Super chats continue to come in, and they are coming in fast and furious. Could we see a Democrat lose the popular vote tonight, but win electorally? You know, I do not believe we are going to see that. I do not believe we are going to see that. Exile says Jill Stein is having a meaningfully negative impact in some close states. You know, I didn't notice that. Let's see. Let's see what we've got here. In Georgia, Jill Stein has 9,000 votes, nowhere near the margin. In North Carolina, Jill Stein's 5,000 votes are a non-factor. In Virginia, Virginia has been called for Harris. I don't know how she's losing, but it must be based on what's outstanding. Let's see if anybody else has called Virginia for Harris. Harris is still losing in Virginia, according to some of these panels. Virginia, yeah, that's interesting. Decision Desk has called Virginia for Kamala Harris. Assuming that's true, that closes one way that she could have lost. Right now, it seems that Decision Desk is the only one that is calling it, although it was expected to be a Harris victory all along. In Pennsylvania, Jill Stein's 5,000 votes are a non-factor. So I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing Jill Stein really have any effect right now. In Ohio, it doesn't even seem that she's on the ballot. So tell me in which state you're seeing that she is having an impact. I am simply not seeing it at this point in time. Okay. Where were we on the map? We did that. Oh, okay. We wanted to drill back into some of these numbers. So let's go back to Pennsylvania, where we've been tracking, now with 14% reporting. With 14% reporting, Harris's lead is 328. So here's the good news, and if we want good news from Pennsylvania, it's the following. With every percentage point of the report, oh, hold on, we got another one. Now we're at 15%. Let me see if I'm going to be wrong about this. Now it is 3. Oh, it actually went back up. So here's the good news. With 12% reporting in Pennsylvania, Harris was winning by 333. With 15% now reporting, she's winning by 334. We talk about the tunnel that you've got to get out of before it closes. The fact that we just counted an additional 3% of the vote and Harris's lead went up, that's very good news. On the other hand, it's very regionalized, and it has to do with where the vote in Pennsylvania is coming from. And we heard from John King on CNN that there is a lot of rural Pennsylvania, or rural, as some like to say, still to be counted. So we just can't really say too much about that. Let's see. What am I getting here from the team? It seems that my production team isn't super worried right now. Okay, well, that's good news. That's good news. Let's get back over to CNN here. And we are now getting those 9 p.m. poll closings. Let's listen. Critical moment in this race.
Biggest wave of results this evening. 163 electoral votes will be up for grabs, and we're watching several crucial battlegrounds. CNN's going to bring you this projection right now. CNN projects that Texas will go to Donald Trump. The state of Texas, as expected, to Donald Trump with its big bucket of 40 electoral votes. CNN also projects that North Dakota will go to Donald Trump. As expected, North Dakota with its 3 electoral votes. 2 more for Trump now. CNN projects that South Dakota will go to Donald Trump. South Dakota, as expected, with its 3 electoral votes to Donald Trump. And CNN projects that Wyoming will go to Donald Trump. Wyoming with its 3 electoral votes. CNN is not making any projections in the following states that just closed their polls. Arizona, that's a big battleground. Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, battleground Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, and battleground Wisconsin. Let's look at the electoral map now. Donald Trump has 154 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 27 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. Let's bring you a key race alert now. In battleground Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris in the lead with 64.4% of the vote. Donald Trump has 34.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris in the lead there with 326,000 plus votes. Only an estimated 16% of the vote has been counted in Pennsylvania. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead, 54.8% of the vote. Donald Trump with 43.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 55,000 plus vote lead. That's with only an estimated 8% of the vote counted in Michigan. Still very early in Michigan. In battleground North Carolina, Donald Trump in the lead there now, 51.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 47.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 106,000 vote lead. That's with 39% of the estimated vote counted in battleground North Carolina. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead there, 52.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 46.6% of the vote. Donald Trump has a healthy 221,000 plus vote lead. That's with an estimated 66% of the vote counted in Georgia. About 2/3 of the vote in Georgia has been counted. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Donald Trump in the lead there now with 49.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 13,334 vote lead. That's with half the vote counted in the Commonwealth of Virginia, 50% counted there in Virginia. In the state of New Hampshire, Kamala Harris has 53.6% of the vote. Donald Trump has 45.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris in the lead there by roughly 6.
All right, so let's game out a scenario here because we are kind of getting down to this point in time. Let's see. Producer Pat is telling me that if she gets Pennsylvania, this is the scenario. This is exactly the scenario that Pat is outlining. She can lose Georgia and North Carolina and Nevada and Arizona. But if she gets Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, she has the 270 she needs. This is a completely plausible scenario here. Completely plausible scenario. And that's 270. So actually, this isn't looking so bad, right? Yeah, now people are saying they're nervous about Virginia. Virginia's been called by Decision Desk already, which is interesting because the Washington Post has not called Virginia. Let's see if I refresh if they have any updated numbers. Yeah, Washington Post has not called Virginia. And Associated Press has not called Virginia. But Decision Desk has called it. Apparently very, very confident here. Now hold on a second. I have people telling me that Maine is not going to go all for blue. I have people telling me that Maine, one of them will go red, which would put it at 269. Let's ask producer Pat what he says. What about the Maine split theory? That's a critical point. If one of those Maine electoral votes, which is typical, you've got a tie. The tie is expected. But wait a second. One of Nebraska's will go blue. Which would put it back to 270. Nebraska 1 would go blue. It wouldn't be this one. It would be this one. Wow. So then we are back to 270 in this scenario. Yeah, this is now looking like a possible and plausible scenario. If you were just tuning in, we may be looking at the closest electoral scenario. It assumes a Maine district and a Nebraska. Okay, so this is the scenario producer Pat is talking about, where there's a Nebraska that goes blue and a Maine that goes red, basically a wash. Let me explain that. Are there people who don't understand the Maine and Nebraska stuff? Would it be useful if I explain that? Let me explain that. Nebraska and Maine. apportion their electoral votes differently. They have districts, okay? So the state does 2 electoral votes. Maine and Nebraska each have districts, and the districts could have different apportionment, okay? So we now have this scenario. And why are we talking about this scenario? The reason we're talking about this scenario is that as of this moment, Trump is leading North Carolina and Trump is leading Georgia. That's why we have those red here. And we are just assuming for a moment Nevada and Arizona also go red, which they may not. It is too early to tell. Now, we have a number of other states that have been called, although CNN isn't calling New York. The Associated Press has called New York for Harris. Illinois has been called for Harris. A whole bunch of low population states in the middle of the country have been called for Trump. We have early Colorado reporting, too early to call, but expected to go blue. We have early Kansas reporting, expected to go red. We have early Missouri reporting, expected to go red. So far, for people who don't follow these closely, people from other countries, or if this is your first election, you might look at this map and go, oh my God, look, look at this. You have to know what to look for here. Right now, everything is as it was in 2020, except that on this map, Trump is leading Virginia, North Carolina, and Georgia, and Harris is winning Kansas and Missouri, which it's ultimately not going to go that way. But there is still a very clear path here, for Kamala Harris. Is it time to panic? I just don't think so. I just don't think at this point it's time to panic. Let's get to some super chats as we continue to take in the various reporting here. Let's see. John Judge says, checked out my other favorites. David's the best so far. He gets my money and viewership tonight. Well, welcome, John. Always great to have you. Let's see here. We're losing our country, says, don't kill me, I'm just a vibe. Dana says, marijuana bill failed in Florida. Abortion bill doesn't look like it'll pass either. Nick says, David, I'm a Brit, but your channel helped me not fall into a right-wing hellhole that I sadly almost started to believe in. Wish you all luck tonight, no matter what happens. I stand with you all. Well, thank you. Ivan says, once we go from blue to red, do we ever turn back to blue? Now I'm worried about North Carolina. There are a lot of states to be concerned about. There is no doubt about it. I think I might be missing some super chats here. Let's see if I can refresh this. And let's see what the panel on Fox is talking about.
RFK Jr. tries, first of all, the Democrats try to prevent him from getting on the ballot. And then the Democrats try to prevent him from getting off the ballot. Now, he's on the ballot in Michigan and Wisconsin, also Minnesota. But Michigan and Wisconsin, obviously, if it comes down to really tight, that could make a difference.
Why would anyone vote for someone who doesn't want to be the president and has asked you not to? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who are these 0.4% that are voting for someone who has begged you not to vote for him? If you want to see him in Washington, don't vote for him. But it reminds me of Jill Stein. I mean, I think Jill Stein cost Hillary Clinton a state. I know that
Trey
Ross
Gowdy,
Perot
shockingly,
Bush
shockingly, Trey Gowdy with a salient analysis. Incredible. Super chats are pouring in from Ireland. Coverage is fantastic. Welcome, Anthony. Thanks for staying up late. How do I handle family or friends that vote Trump or not at all? I want to block all of them. You know what? Let's table that until after the election. David Newton says, truly shocking that it's close at all, much less this close. Yes. NPR reporting polls will remain open in Georgia longer due to Russian bomb threats in key population center precincts. Expect the count to be delayed. I expect it to be delayed very much, very, very much. As we go now into the next hour, thanks to Allison, Jacob, Daniel, Finn, Nathan, Carol, and Corbett for signing up on my website. Welcome to all of you and welcome to everyone who is joining us, not only from all over the country, but quite frankly, from all over the world. We are now focused in really closely on just a few states, which could make a difference here. We have early vote totals from Minnesota, irrelevant as it's only 1%, and from Iowa, irrelevant because it's only 1%. We are waiting. However, in Michigan, with 10% reporting, Kamala Harris is leading. That's a good sign for Harris. Good sign for Harris. In Pennsylvania, now let's see where we are. With 18% reporting, Harris's lead is 283. Okay. I don't want to alarm anybody. But in the shift from 15 to 18%, Harris's lead was reduced by 15%. Okay. 3% of the vote was just counted. Harris's lead shrunk by 15%. The trajectory in Pennsylvania is worrying me a little bit, if I'm totally honest. And I would only be totally honest with you. Virginia, something weird is going on with Virginia. The Associated Press data has been stuck at 49% for a while. On the other hand, Decision Desk has called Virginia, even though Harris is actually down in the vote at this point in time. That is strange. That is very strange. And then in North Carolina, with 40% reporting, the lead for Trump is 4.8. You know, with the results we have so far, you can forget about a lot of it, because if Harris holds Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, assuming she doesn't lose anything that's not a swing state, she still gets to 270. That's the critical thing. That's the critical thing to understand here. Blob says via Super Chat, hello from Canada. My family are longtime supporters. We love what you do and can't wait to read your new book. Yes, by the way, I have 4 uncorrected proofs of my book here. I'll give these out tonight signed. What do you need to do to get one of these? It's simple. Pre-order my book, The Echo Machine. Pre-order it on Barnes & Noble or Amazon. Pre-order it on Audible. Pre-order it on Kindle. Whatever format. Email the receipt to info@davidpakman.com and say, David, I'd like one of those signed early copies. I'll pick 4 people. We'll mail these out tomorrow. Okay? I would love it if you did that. I really would, as we are now continuing to gather more of the vote totals here. Am I worried about some of these other states? No. Here's the thing you have to understand. Obviously, you look at this and you if we don't look at the numbers and you say, wow, Minnesota's red, Wisconsin's red, Maine's red, New Mexico's red. Look at the numbers. In Maine, it's only 1% of the vote. In Wisconsin, it's only 1% of the vote. In Minnesota, it's only 1% of the vote. In New Mexico, it's only 2% of the vote. This means nothing. It is way too early to get worried about that. We are going to have plenty of time to get worried. Where we should really be worried is that Georgia looks like it's going to fall to Trump. Georgia, a state that Biden won in 2020, is increasingly looking, I mean, now with 68% reporting, Trump's winning by 210,000. Harris doesn't need Georgia, but she would certainly like it. Chloe says, David, did you bring out the snacks yet? Yes, I did. David, are we cooked, or is this a case of red mirage? Kyle on Secular Talk mentioned a scenario like this. It's not that it's red mirage. It's just early. I do think there are people in my audience who aren't understanding the math here. Let's review it once again, okay? Look at this map. This gives Trump Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada, okay? It gives Trump all of that. Harris wins, okay? Harris wins this scenario. So what we really need to be looking at, start with this map in your head. Does anything from this map change? And if you look at the current map, at least not as far as anything that's been called, has it changed. Virginia now with 51% reporting, still a Trump lead, but called for Harris already by decision desk. Called for Harris by decision desk. It looks like nothing in Maine has yet been called. Let me refresh this thing just to make sure we have the latest data. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Okay. And then finally, in North Carolina, now we are up to 42% reporting. Pennsylvania, we're keeping a super close eye on. Let's again evaluate where this is going. We now have 20% reporting in Pennsylvania, and Kamala Harris's lead is 239.75. Okay. My biggest area of concern right now is Pennsylvania, and I want to explain to you why. Let me see if I can put this up on screen for you. I just have a paper here. I've been using a thick Sharpie. Let me see if I can do this. I don't know how clear this is, okay? I think that's good. When 12% had been counted in Pennsylvania, Harris was winning by 333,000. When 13% was counted, her lead was roughly the same. When 14% was counted, her lead was roughly the same. When 15% was counted, she still had basically that same. Hold on, is this backwards? There's no way. This is my left hand, right? Yeah, this doesn't have to. Okay. The point is, with the last 5% of the vote that's been counted, okay, her lead has declined by 60,000 votes. If that trend continues, it's not at all clear that Harris is going to be able to hold Pennsylvania. And that now becomes a real red alert scenario. In fact, we just got another ding here, another tick. With 21%, Harris's lead has now gone to 17 and 46 is 63. Oh my goodness. That is, I don't know. Whoops, I just drew on, oh my goodness. I just drew on my face. Look at that. Oh dear God. I'm going to have to sit with that now the rest of the stream. My God. Okay. I don't know if networks are talking about the Pennsylvania stuff. Okay. See if I can use a little water here. Hold on. This is not going well. Oh my God. It's just going to be there. I think I almost got it. Okay. Kamala Harris's lead, let me do some quick math here, has declined 334, 263 divided 334. Harris's lead is down 21% in just the last little bit of time. Just the last little bit of time. These are concerning numbers. These are concerning numbers. The upside is Pennsylvania's counting votes, which is never something you can assume. But the downside is that the lead is shrinking, and it's shrinking relatively quickly. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just joining us, we have nothing to announce other than Donald Trump has blown up Florida. No, I'm not talking about the flushing 10 to 15 times. Trump has gone from winning Florida by 3.8 in 2020 to currently leading in Florida by 1.5 million votes. 1.5 million votes, winning by 13. Now, you might say, how could his lead go from 4 to 14 in Florida and he doesn't win the election? Well, the reason is that a bunch of MAGA voters moved to Florida. And so they increased Trump's margin in Florida, but they came from elsewhere. Now let's look at North Carolina. North Carolina, with 49% reporting, has just tightened up to only a 46,000 vote margin for Trump. That is potentially good news for Kamala Harris. And let's see where we are. Maine, still very little vote. Wisconsin, very little. Minnesota, very little. New Mexico and Colorado expected to go blue. Kansas and Missouri expected to go red. Now, here's something very interesting. Very, very interesting. You may remember the Seltzer poll. This is not the club soda poll. This is not the sparkling water poll. This is the Seltzer poll. Everybody has been saying Trump's going to win Iowa, except for J.Ann Seltzer. J.Ann Seltzer said Kamala's winning Iowa by 3. And one of the things we said was, if Kamala really wins Iowa, or even if Kamala loses Iowa, but only by like 1 or 2, that portends something for Kamala Harris nationally. With 9% reporting, Harris is winning by 17.5 in Iowa. Now, it's presumably still very early. Right. This includes 60% of the Des Moines vote, which is where Harris is very strong. Iowa is like, you've got Des Moines and you've got Cedar Rapids. And then other than that, it's rural and it's not so good. It's not so good. So we have to keep an eye on that, but certainly interesting results there. Wisconsin now has 4% of the vote, Trump winning until we get to at least 15% of the vote. Until we get to at least 15% of the vote, I just don't think we can really even start to worry about that. Most of my focus right now is on Pennsylvania and on Georgia. Now, it looks like we got another little tick here to 22%. Let's see where the margin is. At 22%, the Harris margin is 247. Folks, I'm getting worried about Pennsylvania. I'm getting very worried about Pennsylvania. Harris has lost nearly 100,000 in margin over the last 10%. You don't have to be a math genius to realize if you lose, let me be exact here, 333 minus 247, 86. If every 10% of the vote in Pennsylvania, Harris loses 86,000 votes, she loses Pennsylvania. So at some point, this trend has to turn around. Otherwise, it's not going to be good. All right, let's catch up with what's happening over on CNN as we continue to build towards some other poll
ahead
closings.
by more than 15,000 votes. That's with more.
I will take a 5 and then we will continue. Don't go anywhere. Please clap.
Commonwealth of Virginia. In New Hampshire, Harris with 53.4% of the vote. Donald Trump with 45.9% of the vote. Harris with an 18,000 plus vote lead. That's with under a third of the vote counted in New Hampshire. 30% of the estimated vote counted in New Hampshire. In Ohio, Donald Trump in the lead, 54.3% of the vote. Harris with 44.8% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 332,000 plus vote lead. That's with almost 60%, 58% of the estimated vote counted in the Buckeye state. Now let's go to John King at the Magic Wall. John.
So, Jake, you lay out the results, and there are some surprises there, right? At least where we are right now. So we just want to go back and follow up where we were with David Chellian was talking about some of the outstanding vote. We know in Virginia is early vote, and that percentage is going to jump, and we know that the vice president is doing quite well in that vote. So I just want to show you what he means by how this can change. Again, Donald Trump's lead has been shrinking. It was 16,000 not that long ago. It's 12,395 now. Look at the Northern Virginia suburbs here. I just want to show you these circles help us understand where are there live outstanding votes, meaning votes that we know are out there that have not been counted yet, right? You see the big circles, the biggest circles around the Northern Virginia suburbs, also Richmond and the suburbs around that, and some big Republican circles down here, Virginia Beach area, and some here in the suburbs more to the south, the exurbs south of Richmond. But I want to focus up here, and just to show you why you can say early on, you say, whoa, what's happening here? But then things can change pretty quickly when large population centers report their votes. So let's take Fairfax County It's the largest of the suburban counties. It's the #1 county population-wise in Virginia. The vice president's getting 66% of the vote, 63% of the vote in. Look at the number where she is, though, 250,000. We know turnout is robust, right? So we should be somewhere around 2020 when we end 2024, maybe a little higher, maybe a little lower, but somewhere around it. 250,000 votes right now. If you go back in time, you see 419,000 votes. So if she's winning 60+%, the president was winning 70% 4 years ago. You have Vice President Harris winning 66, a little below. Virginia looks like it's going to be a little bit more competitive this year. But you can see just right there in that one county, there's a lot of votes still out, and she's winning disproportionately in the math right now. That can change, but it generally tracks when you get above 60% of the vote. And so just in that one county right there, the math, when those votes come in, the math can change. So it doesn't mean it will. But there's more than enough Democratic votes still outstanding, or votes outstanding in Democratic areas is the better way to put it, for that to happen. So let's check in on the other battlegrounds as we go through. This one, again, go back in time. This was the closest Donald Trump victory in a battleground state of the battlegrounds he won, 74,000.
All right. So in terms of forthcoming poll closures, there are many, and the next big ones are at 10 p.m. Let me tell you exactly which ones those are. At 10 p.m. Oh, hold on a second. I lost my earpiece. It's just like, it's gone. Oh my goodness. I can't hear it. Oh no. Everything going wrong today. Something is very wrong. Oh, it got completely reversed. I might just not be able to hear anything. There we go. Okay. Montana, Nevada, Utah. So the Nevada vote count is going to start shortly, and that's going to be absolutely critical. Absolutely critical. Hardy says, can I look at Congress? Yeah, okay, so let's do that. Let's just briefly take a pause from presidential. Let's take a final look at presidential, and then we're going to go look at congressional. Of interest here, Georgia looking out of reach for Harris, but she can still win without it. North Carolina, Trump has now re-extended his lead to over 100K with over 50% reporting. And oh boy, Pennsylvania now with 25%, Harris's lead is down to, oh my God, 25% reporting, 220. Okay, so you all know what I think about that. It's potentially very problematic. Let's look at the House. In the House right now, we are getting more results, still very far from anybody being able to secure a majority. U.S. House was considered roughly to be 50-50. It was almost a toss-up, essentially. And we don't really have any additional information as of yet. Senate. Republicans have gained a seat and Democrats have lost a seat. This puts Republicans at 46 and Democrats at 35. Almost certainly, Republicans are going to take the Senate. I told you about this a while ago. I restated it yesterday. It's just the nature of the map of what's up for election this time. So that's where we are on the Senate. I actually think that having taken the West Virginia seat, they will eventually get to 50 for sure because of the non-competitive races. But we are going to wait and see. All we can do is wait and see. A couple other super chats. David, what are Kamala's chances? You've got to wait and see. Actually, let's update the betting market numbers just to see where we're at. Donald Trump's odds are continuing to skyrocket. They were just at 63%, and now they are at 73%. It's not exact because it's a betting market. These add up to more than 100, but very roughly speaking, this is predicted. Over on Kalshi, Trump's odds of winning continue to climb to 73%. And then on Polymarket, the Peter Thiel funded thing, they continue to climb now to 78%. I don't believe that this is a 78-21 race right now. To me, this is still 50-50, especially because just by holding Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, Harris wins even if she loses a bunch of stuff. If I were a betting man, which I'm not, these are very good odds. In other words, getting 21% odds on something that you believe is 50% likely to happen is a pretty damn good bet. Now, I don't bet, so it's not for me, but in theory, it would be for someone. For someone who bets, that could be done. Let's listen to a little bit of the Fox analysis of Pennsylvania.
For that, I'm not sure what's going on there. We're going to watch the less than 0.5%. Yeah, that's right. So it's like 0.5% of the votes now being tabulated. That's why we can't get to 1% there in Erie County. But in all likelihood, you're going to see the T start to form here in Pennsylvania, and the T is going to be all red. And we're going to see what happens on, both sides of the state. And they're going to be blue. The question is, how blue will they be? So we'll watch that here. You guys didn't mention Virginia. We'll just pop on down here because it seems like there's a pretty good race going on right now, all right? Trump has just upped his margin here, all right? So he's got about a 2-point lead statewide. Too soon to call, I should say, with more than half of the vote in. Here is where you need to look, all right? This is Washington, D.C. This is Fairfax County, #1 populated county in all of 133.
Yeah, as many of you are pointing out, something weird is going on with Virginia because, once again, Decision Desk HQ has already called Virginia. Virginia's over as far as Decision Desk HQ is concerned, except for the fact that in what's been counted so far, Harris is actually losing and has even lost by a little more. What I think is the critical aspect to this is that if you look at Richmond, they only have 22% of the vote in, and Harris has big margin there. If you look at Arlington, they have only 42% of the vote. This is where all the people are, right? Land doesn't vote, people vote. And then if you look at Albemarle County, can someone remind me which big city is in Albemarle County in Virginia? I don't remember which it is, but it appears that there is some city there. Jill Stein crushing with 122 votes. Wow. Charlottesville. Charlottesville is in Albemarle County. These have all the people, and they are going heavily to Harris. So Decision Desk HQ has called it for Harris. Nobody else has called it, and Fox News is continuing the dog and pony show there as if it could go either way, even though we don't necessarily have evidence to believe that actually is going to be the case. Super Chat says, what happens if House, Senate, and White House go red? Are we in an apocalypse scenario? If all three go red, my recommendation to you is move to a blue state. I'm sorry. I want to say a big thank you to Elizabeth, Samantha, Rick, Nicholas, Ryan, Senator Larry, Craig, and Blake Peters, putting us at 250 new subscribers today. We do have this target of 270 today. And please, folks, if you are just joining the stream or considering heading out, whatever you've got going on, please do make sure you've subscribed to the YouTube channel before you leave. It really does a lot to help us. Okay, people saying there's an update in Pennsylvania. All right, 27%. Let's see what's happening with the margin in Pennsylvania. Now at 27% counted, Harris is winning by 157 plus 54 is 211. And once again, Harris's lead is being cut. Now, what I'm interested to see about Pennsylvania is where do we have the vote from yet? Because we know the cities will lean heavily towards Kamala Harris. Philadelphia has only 22% of the vote in. It's reasonable to expect that Harris is going to gain from the remaining 78% in Philadelphia. Harrisburg, we only have 26% of the vote there. That's going to be good for Harris. And then Pittsburgh does have half the vote in. Harris leading Trump by a 2-to-1 margin there. And so some additional margin will come from there. But then you have to remember that there are a lot of these rural counties that haven't counted anything yet. The upside is there's very few people there. Large swaths of land, beautiful place to get a bunch of acreage for yourself, but very, very few people there. So we are going to monitor that very closely. Both Michigan and Wisconsin have Wisconsin flipped blue, and that's good news for Kamala Harris. And Iowa, with 13% of the vote, very surprising, but it's what Jan Seltzer said. Harris leading, but very early. And as you can see, that now includes 71% of the Des Moines vote, which is the best part of the state for Harris. Does not include any of the Cedar Rapids vote. None of the Cedar Rapids vote. So very, by regional, I don't even mean regional as far as the country. I mean within states, highly regionalized results. Andy says this race is closer than David's eyeballs. Wow, that is rough. That is really, really rough. Yeah, all right. I mean, cool. Sounds good. Just as a thought experiment, all else as it is now, if we just assume Pennsylvania does not go to Harris, what are her chances? Okay, let's explore that scenario specifically. Let's flip Pennsylvania red. What is Harris's path then? She still has a path, okay? If she can get North Carolina and either Nevada or Arizona, either one does it. Here's just Arizona, here's just Nevada, she wins. If she loses Pennsylvania and loses North Carolina, but gets Arizona, she does not win. That would not be enough. However, she could lose Pennsylvania and North Carolina and Georgia if she wins Nevada and Arizona, and if Jan Seltzer is right and Harris wins Iowa, she also wins. She also wins. So, you know, I see people in the audience saying, no, that's not a viable path. This isn't a viable path. Here's what I think is the critical thing to understand. The point I'm trying to make is that Harris still has a very obvious path, which is Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, which she's winning right now. Okay. If she wins those three, she's basically got it under most situations. And she's winning all of these. She's winning all of these right now. And in fact, we can do that scenario. Put this red, this goes red, this. Okay, here's the scenario that we have right now. Right? I mean, when you look at this, we know that Missouri and Kansas are not going to go for Harris. We know that. New Mexico probably will go for Harris. It's just these are early counts. If we just really focus in on what we know, forget about Iowa even. Here is, oh wait, no, this has Iowa, sorry. This is Harris losing everything, but she holds Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. She wins, okay? And so the point here is that there are a lot of paths here. Now, I am being told to look at Decision Desk for Georgia. Did they call it? They did not. Okay. 75% of the vote. Georgia is going to go to Trump soon, and Harris doesn't actually need it. I don't know how else to say it. Let's check out if Trump is trothing on Troth Central. He's posting about Nevada 1 more hour. If you're in line, they have to let you vote. Okay. Montana 1 more hour. Here's Trump with a very powerful message.
Hi, Republicans. We're doing really well. If you're in line, stay in line. Don't let them take you off that line.
By the way, who's trying to take Republicans off of the line? I mean, it's just like, we want everybody to vote. I'm going to tell you guys right now, if Harris just loses this fair and square, then she just lost, right? I mean, it's like the country is very screwed up, obviously. But if she lost, she lost. Yeah. Getting people out of line. Give me a break, dude.
Vote. Stay on the line. They can't do anything about it. And vote. We're going to win it big. Thank you.
All right.
Immediately hang up the phone and run out and vote. Like immediately.
Just bring the transistor radio or boombox with you while you go vote, and you can listen to the show.
Give Sean his worst radio ratings of off the phone. We'll talk very nicely, and nobody should be listening. Everybody has to run.
There you go. Apparently, Dana Perino on Fox News was sort of taking an early victory lap and got called out because it doesn't make any sense.
Biden to run again when she knew that he was incapable, but they were still asking their donors, give us all your money. He's okay for 4 more years. And obviously he wasn't. But then that did not leave her enough time, apparently, that's another complaint that they have, for her to introduce herself, even though they had over $1 billion to do it.
And they had 100 days, Harold, and she passed up a lot of opportunities early on. I think we went for, I don't know, 40 days or something with no press conference, and it took a really long time for her to finally sit down with Brett and have a substantive interview. I mean, there was time.
Sure. Again, we're acting like this thing is over.
No, we're not. No, we're not. I was just playing off of Dana's point.
But I do think after the debate, she performed so well against Trump.
This whole decision.
All right. So Harold Ford saying it might be a little early for the victory lap. I'm told there may be a reversal now in the polling markets. Let's take a look. Predict it steady. Trump at 73. Kalshi steady. Let me refresh in case you need to. Kalshi steady. Oh, no, Trump at 74, 72. And then Polymarket actually, Polymarket is now seeing a reversal. This is very interesting. The peak here that we saw for Trump of 78, it's actually starting to reverse. And I think the reason that it's reversing is that there is a really clear path here for Kamala Harris. It doesn't mean she's going to win this, but there is a super clear path, which is just she wins Pennsylvania, she wins Michigan, she wins Wisconsin. Now, I know you might be concerned about Minnesota being red. It's 1% reporting. I don't see any way, especially with Tim Walz being from Minnesota and the polling being so overwhelming there. I don't see any way that Minnesota goes for Trump at all. So that's sort of a non-factor. And then interestingly, Iowa actually chugging along. And what a humiliation it would be for Trump if he ends up losing Iowa, a state that he did win in 2020. Now, here's a question via Super Chat. Are mail-in ballots being counted? Yes, they are. Mail-in ballots in some states are mostly reported right at closing. In other states like Pennsylvania, they start being counted as we go. Now, let me tell you a little bit about what's happening here in Pennsylvania. We just got another 5% of the vote, and Harris's lead is now down to 116. I don't want to alarm you. And again, we're still looking at where is the vote from? Where is the vote from? But Harris's lead from 12 to 32% of the vote counted has shrunk by 66%. 66%. If Pennsylvania goes Trump, it's very bad. Very, very, very bad. In Pittsburgh, 57% of the vote is counted. Now let's actually do a little bit of math here. Let me just take a look at this. We can actually be more precise. 269 minus 150. 119 is the 57% vote. So 208 minus 119. We can expect from Allegheny County, we're doing this live. Folks, this is live. You realize that, right? We can expect plus 89 if Allegheny County continues the way it's going right now. Okay, now let's check Harrisburg. Wait, is Harrisburg in Dauphin County? I'm trying to figure this out. Okay, here we go. In Harrisburg, in Dauphin County, the margin right now is 14 with 26% of the vote, minus 14. We can expect plus 39 from Dauphin County, where you have Harrisburg, and then from Philadelphia, where there's 22%, and this is going to be a big one, okay? Minus 28, 112, divided by 0.22 would be 509, minus 122, plus 387. So here's the good news. Rough math, okay? We're doing this here on the fly. 387, 39, and 89. We can expect that from what's left in Pittsburgh, Harrisburg, and Philly, Harris is going to gain 500,000 votes in margin. Okay? That's the good news. The bad news is there are a hell of a lot of places here that have just, it's bad. It's red. It's going to be red. Okay. A lot of these places, these rural places, have 0. Now, we don't know. I mean, I don't know how many total people there are in those places. Let's look it up. For example, Butler. Votes, total presidential votes in Butler County, PA, 2020. In Butler, for example, this is just to give us a sense of where we are. 113,000. Yeah, so like Trump beat Biden by 37 there. So I'm not going to lie. On the one hand, there is about 500,000 votes that Harris will gain in margin from these cities. On the other hand, her margin is declining every time more ballots are counted. And that, I can't say that that's very good. Now with 33%, her margin is under 100. Wow. Now it's down to 16 and 78 would be 94. You know, this is one of those things where you can tell yourself any story you want. We are going to just have to count the votes. We're going to just have to count the votes. And the trajectory isn't good. But at the same time, there are reasons to be optimistic here, including that 500,000 votes that we were expecting. Big thank you to Oliver, Monica, and Taylor, who just signed up on the website. Great day to do it. Look at the 2020 vote count for population numbers. Smart. Very smart. I appreciate that. Okay. We have not checked in on CNN for a while, so I want to do that. Do a little housekeeping here and see what's happening.
Most if you are the Democrats, and only 14% of the vote is in. So you see Donald Trump leading in North Carolina, but you see only 14% of the vote in Mecklenburg County, which tells you, let's just take this for a while. Let's just go through and see what happens as we go. It's 11% of the statewide population. The vice president's at 60% right now. So you go back in time. Again, this is, if you're the vice president's camp, he lost. Joe Biden lost North Carolina, getting 67% of the vote in Mecklenburg County. She, at the moment, is getting 60% of the vote. Is that meaningful? We don't know yet. We don't know yet. It would be meaningful if we end up there, but it's only 14% of the vote right now. So then you come back out here, and again, that would be Donald Trump doing better in the suburbs. If he gets her number down from Joe Biden, that would mean Donald Trump was doing better with black voters and in the suburbs. But we watch that. We still have a long time to go. Wake County is Raleigh, number 2. Mecklenburg, number 1, population-wise. Wake County is number 2. She's at 64% right there. Trump's at 35. You go back in time, Trump's at 36. She's at 62. Roughly the same. Roughly the same. Won't make a big deal about that now. Sometimes roughly, you start looking into the margins of roughly if we get to 80, 90% of the vote. Move over here to Durham, your 6th largest county now, right? So Raleigh, Durham, the Research Triangle, young voters, some black voters, some college-educated suburban voters in the healthcare industry and the other industries in the Research Triangle there. 81% of the vote right now with 85% in. So this is where you can make a comparison. You're at 85% of the vote. You can say, okay, where are we? Where was Joe Biden? 80%. So she's matching Joe Biden here in a key place. Trump's at 18% in 2020. We see him at 18%.
All right, so much of what we've already seen. Here's a wacky little interlude. Here are some of the people associated with Alex Jones using language. Okay, listen.
Wow, Viva, looking at this, you were on this morning, you were predicting a victory. So is General Flynn.
This is Viva Frey. Dear God.
Looking now, don't want to count our chickens yet, but it's looking good, Viva.
Well, I'm following the markets as much as I'm watching the news because the markets were predicting Ohio before the news was. So you know that the markets are more predictive, more accurate than the news itself. But fingers crossed, despite the fact that Pennsylvania and what's the other state there, Arizona are saying we might not know for days. You might not need to know certain things for days, but it might be clear enough as what's coming in tonight. It looks good, Alex, and I don't want to get ahead of anybody's. I don't want to get ahead of the ball. I don't want to count the chickens before they're hatched. But it's looking very good, and the markets are reflecting that.
So listen, the conspiracy people are convinced that Trump is going to win this thing. Is Trump going to win this thing? Well, I don't know. It's certainly conceivable that he will. North Carolina has gone to Donald Trump. What was a possible moment where maybe Harris could take it seems to have evaporated. North Carolina has gone to Donald Trump. Now, I see people, political amateurs, who are coming through here and saying, look, it's over. Trump's got twice her electoral votes. You have to remember that Harris is going to get 74 electoral votes from the West Coast when it comes in. Hawaii, New Mexico, and Colorado are another 19. Minnesota is going to go blue. So there is this West Coast blue thing that happens. You need to work the system, understand all of the stuff that's outstanding here. Okay, understand all of the stuff that's outstanding. That all being said, another possible path to victory for Kamala Harris has been eliminated. There was a path to victory that included the possibility of North Carolina. That's not going to happen because North Carolina has indeed been called for scrumps. Now, Georgia is very close to being out of reach. Very, very close. And in fact, I would expect Georgia to be called for Trump soon as well. So I think it must be the case. It must be the case. Someone who's watching, text me if I'm wrong or right on this. If Harris is going to win, it's going to be a smaller margin than Biden had in 2020, almost certainly, right? I mean, even if Harris gets Iowa, it has to be a smaller margin. Am I right about that? Which, go back to my appearance on the Sean Mike Kelly show, my prediction was Harris wins, but by a smaller margin than Biden won. People saying, oh, she needs Pennsylvania now. She always needed Pennsylvania, really. Probably needed Pennsylvania all along, the way that it was all dropping. Okay. Pennsylvania, 36. Another 3% of the vote. Let me see where we're at. With 36%, the lead is now 84. Trump making up another 10K. If you've been with us for the last hour and a half, Kamala Harris's lead in Pennsylvania has experienced shrinkage from 333,000 votes to 84,000 votes. Actually, hold on. Now it's 26 plus. Oh, my goodness. There go another 30,000 votes. At 37%, Harris's lead is only 51. This is the concern. 333 minus 51. 84% of Harris's lead in Pennsylvania has evaporated. Now, I know that there are still people saying, look at the counties, look at the counties, look at the counties. There are a lot of blue counties here. Look at these big counties, okay? York, Lancaster, low percentage of the vote in, overwhelming Harris wins there. So this does not mean that it is over. But as some of the redder parts of the state start filling in, you do start to see that lead diminish. I have one bit of good news, and I am not saying this sarcastically. I said it about an hour and a half ago. I am thrilled that Jill Stein is getting no votes. I am absolutely thrilled. She's horrible, and the best she could have hoped to do was help Trump. Fortunately, the pathetic little vote totals that she's getting aren't anywhere close to the margins right now. Right now. Imagine if the Pennsylvania margin shrinks to 10K and Jill Stein got 11K. We'll be able to thank Jill Stein for some horrible, horrible stuff. Truly, truly horrible stuff. All right, let's get back over here. I do want to hear this analysis of North Carolina. Let's just get caught up with the stream. The CNN stream seems to fall behind very, very quickly here.
County will give us a strong indication after that first drop, but it takes a long time to count all of the ballots. The first drop that we're going to see, the first results, will be the early vote that is counted before Election Day. And it's not all of them, but it is the majority of the early vote that is counted before Election Day. That is what we are going to know in just minutes.
I have very, very good news from the world of the Senate. our friend and former guest on the David Pakman show, oh boy, Ruben Gallego. Oh, well, okay. Washington Post hasn't called it. Hold on, let's look at Decision Desk HQ. Oh, they haven't called it either. Okay. NBC has called that Kari Lake has lost and Ruben Gallego will be the next senator from Arizona. There are two reasons I like this. Number one, Ruben's an awesome guy. He's been on the show. He was on the English language show in 2020 when I was doing the Spanish language show. He was on in Spanish. He's an all-around good guy. Ruben Gallego has won in Arizona, and he defeated Kari Lake, who is a disgusting bottom feeder of a person who still claims she should be governor, even though she lost in 2022. And she has lost again. And she will claim fraud, as she always does, but we don't care because she has absolutely no evidence of it whatsoever. None whatsoever. So you absolutely love to see that. You love, love, love to see that. Let's hear what's happening in Arizona, where polls will shortly close.
Really pleased that there hasn't been major problems here in this county. Things have gone relatively smoothly. Yes, there have been some small issues here and there, but overwhelmingly, they say this has gone fairly well, and they are really looking forward to, continuing to keep that going as they go throughout the night. After that first report, Jake, we are expecting to hear further reports as that in-person vote from today starts to come in. Jake.
All right, Kyung La in Phoenix, Arizona, big battleground out west. David Chalian has exit polling from Nevada. David, what are you learning about Nevada voters and the issues that they're focused on?
Well, the democracy and the economy are battling for that top spot. 33% of Nevada voters in this election, Jake, say democracy is the most important issue to their vote. 32%, basically the same, say the economy is most important. Then that is followed by immigration at 15%, abortion at 11%, and foreign policy down in single digits. Your family's financial situation, is it better or worse than 4 years ago? A plurality, nearly half of Nevada voters say, 48% say it was worse than 4 years ago. It is worse today than it was 4 years ago. Only 22% say it's better than 4 years ago. 29% say it's about the same. Undocumented immigrants in the U.S. should be offered a chance at legal status or should be deported. 54%, a majority in Nevada, side with the Harris position on this, offered a chance at legal status. 42% in Nevada side with the Trump position that they should be deported. Abortion, should it be mostly legal or illegal? 68% of Nevada voters, nearly 7 in 10, say abortion should be mostly legal. 28% say it should be illegal. And Biden's job approval rating is at 40% in Nevada. 59%.
All right, we are about to get Nevada numbers in 1 minute, and we will see where that lands. Eric via Super Chat says a lot still uncounted in Philly, so we are going to keep a very close eye on that. In just moments, we will start to get results from some of these other states. Chris says Harris is losing Virginia. Virginia has been called for Harris, actually, Chris. Yeah, so I'm not totally sure where you're getting that. Let's not focus on hate or divisions, says Fidel Cashflow. Let's love each other. A beautiful message of peace and love. Thanks to Daniel, Nick, Tyler, Rick, Rich, and Danny for the memberships on my website. What a day. What a day to be here, and I'm glad to be sharing it with all of you. We do have additional polls closing. The CNN feed famously has fallen behind once again. Let's listen here.
69%. It sounds like not a big deal. 67, 69. Let's see. Right now, we're only at 48% of the vote. If at the end of the night, she's underperforming the president in Milwaukee by a couple points, that can make the difference in a state, Jake, that in 2 elections in a row has been decided by 20,000 votes. Jake?
That's right, John. And we're just moments away from another round of poll closings. Voting is about to end in 3 states, including the key battleground of Nevada. A total of 16 electoral votes are on the line right now. And CNN can project that Donald Trump will win the state of Montana. As expected, Trump gets Montana with its 4 electoral votes. CNN can also project that Donald Trump will win the state of Utah. As expected, Utah with its 6 electoral votes. Nevada is too early to call, a battleground state that Donald Trump has narrowly lost in the last 2 elections, but is making a big play for this election. Let's look at the electoral math right now. Donald Trump has 172 electoral votes. Kamala Harris with 81 electoral votes, 270 electoral votes needed to win. Neither of them is there yet. Let's look at the key races now. Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris, 49.9% of the vote. Donald Trump has narrowed her 20,000 plus vote lead. He's at 49.2% of the vote. More votes have come in from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. 43% of the estimated vote from Pennsylvania is in, and Kamala Harris right now has an 18,000 plus vote lead there. Kamala Harris in the lead in Michigan, 51.6% of the vote. Donald Trump has 46.5% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 46,000 plus vote lead. Still, only 16% of the estimated vote in Michigan has been counted. In Battleground, Wisconsin, Harris is at 49.8% of the vote. Donald Trump is at 48.4% of the vote. She has a 15,000 plus vote lead. That's with more than a third, 35% of the vote counted in Wisconsin. In Battleground, North Carolina, Donald Trump maintaining his lead. He has 52% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 46.8% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 196,000 plus vote lead. That is with 2/3, 66% of the estimated vote in North Carolina counted. In Battleground, Georgia, Donald Trump maintaining his lead, 51.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 47.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 208,000 plus vote lead. That's with 79% of the estimated vote in from the battleground state of Georgia.
Wow.
We're now getting an update on the vote in North Carolina. Let's go to John King, actually, right now. John King, what can you tell us?
Well, Jake, you see the map, and again, as we get later in the night, this is where you start to see things change, especially if a candidate pulls out ahead in a state that not normally is in their lane, if you will. And by that, I'm going to refer to Iowa. Just a moment ago, I was showing you Iowa with the vice president ahead. Still competitive, but you see Iowa is now red. There was that late Iowa poll that showed the possibility of the vice president maybe being a little bit ahead of Donald Trump. No clear leader. It was a competitive poll. And this is a competitive race at the moment, 36%. This would be a surprise, right? We said Virginia's a surprise at how close it is. We'll see if it ends close, but it's a surprise at the moment. This is a surprise as well. Donald Trump just 3,800 votes ahead in battleground Iowa, a state he carried quite comfortably by 8 points 4 years ago. So you keep an eye on it and you watch and you see what happens there, but it's interesting.
All right. It is 10 p.m. in the East, 7 p.m. in the West. If you're just joining us, we cannot anywhere close to say who is going to be the next president of the United States. We just don't have the data. We don't have the information. For those who are new to presidential elections or otherwise are just, learning about what's going on, the results, let's go with Decision Desk because they're actually calling, they actually have the audacity to call stuff. The changes so far from 2020 are that Georgia is likely soon to be called for Donald Trump. That's a significant difference where Trump is winning by hundreds of thousands of votes with almost all the vote in, 79%. And North Carolina was thought of as maybe a state that Kamala Harris could flip. It has not happened. Indeed, Donald Trump has secured North Carolina. We are only now going to start getting some numbers in from Arizona as that has closed and Nevada as well. We just don't know otherwise about changes out on the West Coast. And then as far as Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, as of this moment, Harris is leading all three. Now, we have been tracking very closely that Kamala Harris's lead in Pennsylvania is diminishing and diminishing and diminishing. And now with 43% of the vote in, her margin is only 15,000 votes. What was started 90 minutes ago with a 333,000 vote margin has shrunk to 15,000 votes. Now, I see all the people in the chat that are saying, David, Pennsylvania's fine. They've still got to count Allentown. They've still got to count more of Philadelphia. Let's hope that that is the case. Let's absolutely hope that that is the case. What we are seeing is the lead diminishing. And I got a report that actually the New York Times has Harris losing Pennsylvania right now. Let's see where Washington Post is on that very issue. They have it within 3. Oh, my goodness. With 44% of the vote, Pennsylvania is now just plus 20, plus 18. No, hold on. Yes. Oh, wait, Trump is taking a lead. For the first time tonight, with 44% of the Pennsylvania vote counted, Donald Trump is now leading by 18,000 votes. Now, I just want to remind you about what happened in 2020. At 10 p.m. in Pennsylvania, we were winning by a lot. Remember when Trump said that? We did win this election. Okay. And then they kept counting ballots in Pennsylvania the way they count them, and eventually Biden won. So, we just got another update. Trump's lead is now up to 34,000 votes. Oh my goodness. He just doubled his lead. 46, Trump plus 34K. Trump just doubled his lead in Pennsylvania in 2 minutes. Okay. Pennsylvania takes a long time to count. It just does. It's just what it is, folks. We're going to, and it has flipped red over here as well. So we're going to continue looking at that. Michigan is looking okay for Kamala Harris, where she is plus 3. Wisconsin, with 38% reporting, has Trump ahead, but there is a lot of vote to count there. And Minnesota is just in its first 2%. Why is Oregon red? They counted 1% of the vote. Arizona, with 34% reporting, is a dead heat. 40 votes. That's 40. 40 votes separate Scrumps and the vice president. 40 votes, and they've already counted 34%. So let me discuss a little bit of what's going on here. First of all, if you've just been looking around for a stream, you stumbled upon this one, I'm glad to have you here. Everybody's welcome here, regardless of who you supported. We don't tolerate slurs or epithets or epitaphs in the chat. We just don't do it. We don't do any of it, okay? I know that many of you are extremely fatigued. I know that many of you are ready to check out of politics. And whatever the results tonight, I give you full license to check out until the inauguration. That being said, fortunately or unfortunately, this is only the beginning. If indeed Kamala Harris wins, then we are going to have an opportunity to push her to actually do some great things. And we will need to be engaged, and we will need strong independent media. If Donald Trump were to win, we are going to need to play very high stakes defense for 4 years. And we are going to need strong independent media. Regardless of whether it's this show or another one, we have to do what the right does in supporting independent media. They have Turning Point USA. They have all of the funders of the Daily Wire. They are doing it and the left is not. So whether it's this show or others, I don't care. Certainly make sure that you are subscribed to my YouTube channel. It's so quick, it's easy, it's free. I would love it if you got a membership on my website. You can use the coupon code MUTETRUMP. You can use the coupon code SAVEDEMOCRACY24. You will get a massive discount. S-Prez just gifted 100 subscriptions, okay? 100 subscriptions. If S-Prez can gift 100 subscriptions, maybe you can get one. And I encourage you to do that. And then finally, if you are the reading type, and even if you're not, I do have a book coming out, The Echo Machine. I would love for you to pre-order it on Amazon and Barnes & Noble. It's assumed that if you're someone like me without MSNBC or CNN behind me, you can't have a successful nonfiction book. I want to prove that wrong. We have 2,700 pre-orders. I would love to get to 5,000. We've got an audiobook, we've got an ebook, we've got a physical book. I will also give away, I've got 4 copies of these pre-order proofs These are not available anywhere. I will sign these and give them away to people who pre-order the book. Just email info@davidpakman.com with your receipt. I'll pick 4 people. All right, let's now refocus as we get past the stroke of 10. Let's listen to a little bit of the Fox News analysis here, and then we're going to get back to the map.
Is Philadelphia going to vote differently than Wayne County and Detroit? You know, we're waiting to get that in as well. These are the collar counties. They're heavily blue. I would expect them to change somewhat, but we'll see as we go through the night. Just to check the bellwether here, this is Northampton. That's about as close as you get, guys. Difference of 300 votes, 303. Biden barely won it by 1,200 just 4 years ago. So that's where we are at the moment.
What about Pittsburgh?
Back on over to you, Allegheny County. Let's see where we are. A lot of the vote came in from Pittsburgh early on.
71, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you're 71 coming. That's right. And she's at 61%. Both you guys watched it, right? I mean, how many rallies did Trump have there? How many times did Kamala Harris go to the west side of Pennsylvania?
All right, so heavy focus, and understandably so, on Pennsylvania. If Harris gets Pennsylvania, she's on track to become the next president. If she doesn't, her path becomes very, very difficult. As far as the betting markets go, let's get updates on the betting markets. On Predicted, Trump has surged to 87% chance of becoming the next president of the United States. On Kalshi, Trump has surged to 86% chance, 83% now, chance of becoming the next president, 86%. On the Peter Thiel Poly market, Trump has surged to an 88% chance of becoming the next president of the United States. What is it primarily predicated on? A couple of different things. One of those is that Trump has secured North Carolina. Another is that Trump's victory in Florida is 4 times as big as it was in 2020. Trump has quadrupled his margin of victory from 2020 in Florida. In Georgia, it will imminently be called for Trump unless something dramatic changes, as he is now with an 80% vote count completed. He has a 6-point lead. Remember that in 2020, he lost by 11,000 votes.
I need 11,000 votes. Give me a break.
He is now leading by 241,000 votes, and it brings me no pleasure whatsoever to tell you this, but I'm sorry, that's the wrong state. With 48% now counted in Pennsylvania, a 333,000 vote lead for Kamala Harris has reversed into a 38,000 vote lead for Donald Trump. There are still votes from Pennsylvania that are going to dump in. There are still votes from Allentown. There may be some, let's see, actually. There are some votes from Pittsburgh left. There are some votes from Harrisburg left, but, oh boy, some of these are not looking so good. Not looking so hot, I must say. Montgomery County is looking very good. Bucks County, okay. Philadelphia, obviously looking good for Harris. Just a brutal, brutal victory. Harris is still going to get some margin there. I couldn't, anybody who's confident about Pennsylvania right now, you're probably not paying attention to the data. Now, other good news is that Arizona is looking pretty okay for Kamala Harris. With a third of the vote counted, she has a 24,000 vote lead. So now let's examine scenarios. Imagine that Trump does get Pennsylvania, but Harris gets Arizona. Where does this leave us? In a very difficult place. What sorts of scenarios then? This is why Pennsylvania is so critical. If Trump gets Pennsylvania and Harris gets Arizona, we know she lost North Carolina. Georgia looks like it's going to be lost. She would need to get Nevada, but that wouldn't be enough. She would somehow need Iowa. This is what Jan Seltzer said is going to happen based on her polling. Unfortunately, with 27% of the vote in Iowa, Trump has opened up a 20,000 vote lead. So the difficulty is if you're Harris and you lose Pennsylvania, you then are in the situation where you have to get, but she gets Arizona. You lose Pennsylvania, but she gets Arizona, where she's leading right now. Not only does she have to win Nevada, she has to flip Iowa. And of course, get Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Speaking of Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, how are those going right now? Well, let's take a look because each website has it a little different right now. In Michigan, it's Harris plus roughly 2.5, but only 19% counted. In Wisconsin, with 45% counted, it is a dead heat. 1,000 votes separate the two. However, Decision Desk has much less of the vote count. So I think we go with this one for now. Minnesota, only 2% reporting. We can't say anything about that at this point in time. It is just too early. So the takeaway here, if Pennsylvania falls to Trump, it is must win everything that's left for Kamala Harris. You never want to be in that scenario. But I want to restate, I see people in the chat assuming Pennsylvania is dead. Pennsylvania is not dead. With 51% reporting, with 51% reporting, Trump's lead is 75K. Yes, that's the biggest lead he's had tonight, but we are still expecting massive, massive dumps from the cities of Pennsylvania. Let's get an update here from CNN.
New Mexico. Kamala Harris takes the lead again in Virginia with 49.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with 49% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 1,118 vote lead. That's with 68% of the estimated votes in from Virginia. John, what do you want to talk about?
We have a changing map. We can talk about it all. We'll walk through. Let's just take a quick look at Virginia and what happened there. Right, so last time I was here in Fairfax, there's what happened. Last time I was in Fairfax, it was a much lower number. Now you get this is the largest county in Virginia. It's a 20-minute drive from D.C. Depending on traffic, it can be a 40-minute drive from D.C. But it's a pretty 20-minute drive, at least this time of night, if we want to give it a try. And that's one of the things that happened there. You see these close-in suburbs, Alexandria, much smaller population center, Arlington.
It's a very narrow lead still.
You still come out to, it's a very, very narrow lead. But again, so you're looking, this was a 10-point race for Joe Biden. So if you're seeing, even if Harris wins it, if it's closer, does that tell you have a more competitive environment elsewhere? Or does it tell you Donald Trump's doing well in one state? Sometimes there's that. It has a Republican governor since the last presidential election. So you have to be careful about these things. So let's just see what's still out there. This margin's going to change. I mean, there's a Republican.
I want to remind everybody that Virginia is over according to Decision Desk. Now, whether we think what's more likely, that Decision Desk is right and CNN is being cautious, or that Decision Desk is completely wrong and they're going to end up reversing themselves. I don't know that Decision Desk is going to be wrong. And correct me if I'm wrong, isn't Dave Wasserman now running or working with Decision Desk to some degree? I really doubt that Decision Desk, with its record, especially if Dave Wasserman is working with them, I don't know that they're going to end up reversing themselves. I think Virginia's done.
Down in Georgia and Gwinnett.
Meaning that Harris won, to be clear.
County Election Center in the Atlanta suburb of Lawrenceville. Victor, what are you hearing about the vote count there?
Well, Jake, I have the supervisor of elections for Gwinnett County with me now, Zach Manifold. Thank you for a few minutes here. We've been told that there is a large tranche of votes that's soon going to be reported.
There's a tranche.
How many and how soon?
Yeah, we're just working with the state to go over it. We have uploaded it to the state, so they're just going through it, and it should be up here in a few minutes. So, yeah, about 320,000 advance. And
when those post, it'll either be over or it'll be a brand new race in Georgia.
123,000, and when you say minutes, we're talking 5-10 minutes?
I don't know. It's with the state, so they'll review it and then they'll tell us when to push those results.
And can you simplify what in the adjudication process held up these votes for hours?
Yeah, it was just the images loading slow. I'm not sure what caused that to happen. It usually isn't that slow. It was just literally kind of excruciatingly slow. But like I said, we got it resolved and, moving forward and getting out those results.
This is also a problem that happened in 2020, though, was it not?
I don't know. I was not here in 2020, so I'm not sure. I know they had issues similar, but I'm not sure.
So this has now been resolved. We should not expect this to be a problem with adjudicating ballots moving forward?
No, you shouldn't see this with the election day. And we actually do have all 156 precincts, the locations, their memory cards are in the office now. So we've got everybody back. They're actually going to start running those memory cards now.
And so after those 323, it should move pretty quickly?
Yeah. We're expecting it to pick up.
All right. Yeah. Zach Manifold, Supervisor of Elections here in Gwinnett County.
Wow.
I'll turn it back to you, Jake.
Thanks, Victor. Let's get more on Georgia from Sarah Murray, who's at the Fulton County Elections Hub outside Atlanta.
Unless something changes with that vote dump, Georgia is very close to being called for Trump.
Well, Jake, for all the flack that Fulton County gets for how it runs its elections, things have been going very smoothly and very steadily here tonight. They've had these memory cards coming in. They're uploading the day of election vote, and they're hoping in Fulton County to be able to upload all of their day of voting by 11 p.m. Now, there is another large county where things are going a little bit slower, kind of like Gwinnett, DeKalb County. I spoke to them a little bit ago. They said they don't have a number of what their overall election day count was, and they're not sure how long it's going to take for them to get through it. They're just chugging through it little by little. Now, in Cobb County, another large county here in Georgia, they said they still had less than 1,000 absentee mail-in ballots that they had to.
That's fewer than 1,000.
At about 85,000 votes. That was their day of votes that they were turning to. They, too, are hoping to be done by 11 p.m.
Wow.
The last county I talked to is Clayton County. They were also working through their day of voting. They had hoped to have it done by 10 p.m. It looks like they're missing that deadline a little bit, but they were definitely saying they only had a handful of precincts left, about 13 precincts when I talked to them about a half an hour ago, that they were still trying to upload the day of voting for. So things seem to be going pretty smoothly. And behind me, you get a little bit of a sense of the process. This is where the memory cards came through. They just brought them through. They check them in. Here with a police officer, they get scanned in. And then over in this glass room, we're showing you this is where these memory cards are removed. We start to see them uploaded. So that's what's happening here in Fulton County. And hopefully we'll have more for you around 11.
Sarah Murray reporting on the count. We should look around the Atlanta suburbs. As she's noted, she's in Fulton County, which is here. But this is
all right. So we're going to be keeping a really close eye on those Georgia numbers. And I am aware that there are lots of opinions about what's happening in Pennsylvania. I'm getting people who are saying, David, they haven't counted the cities. David, they haven't counted the mail-in ballots. David, they haven't counted anything in Pennsylvania. There is a lot of confidence in that. And I just do not know. We have to go through and count the votes. Now, with 54% reporting in Pennsylvania, Trump's lead has grown. Oh, we just got another 102K is Trump's current lead in Pennsylvania. Listen, if it's true that when they count Philly and when they count Allentown and all of the mail-in ballots are counted, there's a 600,000 vote margin in there for Kamala Harris. We'll find out very soon. And it'll be great news, and we're all going to learn that before you know it. I do want to kind of adjust this a little bit here. See if we can just see a little more at a time. There we go. Well, let's do it there. There we go. For now, all we can do is base it on the votes we have. And right now it's a 102,000 vote margin for Pennsylvania. Michigan is now up to 20% reporting, and Kamala Harris's lead is 1.4%. In Wisconsin, we are up to half of the vote counted, and Trump is leading by 0.9 of a point. That is about 16,000 votes. That is very close, very close. And Minnesota slowly counting more. Trump's winning. It's too early. I have to assume that Trump does not win Minnesota. Arizona has now counted half the vote, and 16,000 votes separate Trump and Harris, with Harris leading by 15,500 votes there. Super chats are pouring in. Shout out from Boise, says Dan. Graham, rather. Thank you. Pete, Andrew talking about Allentown and Philly. Finley asking, do we know how big the dump is going to be? I don't know. Allen saying, any clue why higher percentages of one group comes at the similar time? Trump closed the Pennsylvania lead rapidly. Did the Republicans vote together? No, it's not based on when people vote. Carl says, most mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania have not been counted. Right, so Dave says, it's over, dork, MAGA 2024. We have a projection from CNN.
Ohio, as expected, will go to Donald Trump. Ohio with its 17 electoral votes. What does that mean for the electoral count map? Donald Trump has 195 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 91 electoral votes, 200.
All right, all as expected. Let me address the it's over dork thing. You know, I understand that I'm the one here with the channel and the show, right? I understand that. So in some way, people see me here and they're like, oh, you suck because Trump wins. Or if Trump wins, you are the one who will cry, or whatever the case may be. Is it okay if I'm frank here? Would that be fair for me to say? I'm just going to be frank. This really isn't about how it affects me, right? Like, I'm not the one with a boss that might lay me off. I have a successful independent business that, to be honest, it'll do really well probably no matter who wins. But with Trump back at the helm doing terrorific stuff, it probably does better, right? Like, I want Harris to win in some wacky sense against my best interests. It's the people in red states who won't have access to contraceptive or family planning services. They are the ones going to suffer. It's the clowns in who knows where whose child tax credit is going to get sliced rather than increased, right? So the idea that I'm the one who loses if Trump wins, honestly, it's probably more the people saying this stuff to me that are really the ones that lose if Trump wins. I'm going to be fine. You know, that's just kind of the reality. Guy wants another round of scenarios. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do another round of scenarios here. And I want to base it off of where we are right now. Let's imagine, let's see the Pennsylvania numbers. So tight there. Okay, imagine that. Let's go here. I mean, listen, I hate to tell you, the scenarios are just getting very, very narrow. They're getting very, very narrow. If Harris does hold Arizona, which she's leading in right now, but barely, okay? If Trump gets Pennsylvania, it's actually not enough to win. It's not enough to win. He has to find something else. Now, if he gets Nevada, he wins. If Harris gets Nevada, she wins. So the scenario that's most interesting to me right now, it's sort of about like what's credible, right? Is it credible that Trump will win Minnesota? I don't think so. Is it credible that Trump could win Wisconsin? Yeah, it's possible. Now, I do want to tell you this. If Trump does get Wisconsin, it's very, very bad. Very, very bad for Harris. Except, and Iowa, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I have to go back. Iowa has been called for Trump. And I had Iowa as blue that entire time. Let me back up. Okay, let's redo it. There are numbers of scenarios where Harris can still win this thing. One of them is on the screen right now. If she loses Nevada, she still wins. If she loses Nevada and Arizona, she still wins. However, if all of a sudden Trump gets Pennsylvania, it's over. Even if she gets Pennsylvania, but were to lose, actually Michigan, it looks like she's going to win. If she loses Wisconsin, then it gets much tighter. She must have Arizona if she loses Wisconsin. A loss in Arizona means Trump wins. Even if she gets Arizona, she can afford to lose Nevada and Wisconsin if she gets Pennsylvania, there are numerous scenarios that are fine for Kamala Harris, and there are numerous scenarios that look very bad. One such scenario would be that Arizona has now reversed, and it is now Donald Trump who has a 4,200 vote lead in Arizona. Trump is now leading Arizona. And over in Pennsylvania, Trump's lead has stretched just a little bit more from 102 to 110,000 votes. Now, we still have the very optimistic scenario where Philly and Allentown have to be counted and the mail-in ballots have to be counted, and those are going to go for Harris. We're waiting for that. But Trump has stretched his lead just a little bit. And in Arizona, Trump still holds this 4,000 vote lead. In the betting markets, Trump is now up to 88%. On Kalshi, Trump is up to 84%. And on Polymarket, Trump is up to 88%. 88% at this point in time. Let's check in now with Fox News at Harris HQ.
Here, they'll be hanging out in a basement somewhere inside the building, but even they don't have confirmation that the vice president is going to come here tonight. We don't have any program for the speakers, and right now they've just been piping in CNN behind me. So we are waiting for anything substantive. The updates that we do get are over email from senior officials that are giving us sort of broad strokes as they're watching data come in. Right now, generally, they're feeling happy about long lines at college precincts in North Carolina and Michigan, saying that that should be helping them with young voter turnout, guys.
All right,
but Jackie, let me just ask you. I mean, my chain with the Democrats kind of went dark too. When's the last time you got an update?
Well, they're responding to us.
Ladies and gentlemen, Decision Desk has called Georgia. Georgia has fallen for the Democrats, and Georgia has been secured by Donald Trump. Simple math that I did for you, arithmetic, suggested that this was likely about an hour and a half to 2 hours ago. An hour and a half to 2 hours ago, something like that. It's okay in the sense that Kamala Harris doesn't need it, but it does start to reduce the number of paths that she has. At this point, I believe that there is no remaining path for Harris to have as large a margin of victory as Joe Biden. Because if we give Harris everything that is plausibly left, she gets Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Arizona, and Nevada. If Harris gets everything, her margin is notably smaller than was Biden's in 2020. Make of that what you will. 20 people just got memberships on my website, 21, including Sharon Taylor. I also want to say thanks to Nightingale, who just dumped 25 subscriptions via Twitch, putting us at 414. No matter what happens, we're going to be here. No matter what happens, the book is coming out, and I will be visiting, hopefully, your city so we can meet and talk about the path forward. We are pressing forward no matter the results, but still a number of scenarios where Kamala Harris could win in a number of different ways. However, she must now win Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is I think, a must win for Kamala Harris, because now, given that North Carolina is gone, given that Georgia is gone, even if Harris wins Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Arizona, and Nevada, it would not be enough. Everything now depends on Pennsylvania. And here's the asymmetrical scenario in which we find ourselves. She needs Pennsylvania. Trump does not. Because if she gets Pennsylvania, but Trump gets, for example, Wisconsin and Arizona, he wins. Or if Trump, no, Nevada and Arizona wouldn't be enough. So I think the point is where we are right now, she has maybe one or two fewer paths than Trump. One or two fewer paths than Trump. But both still have paths to victory here. Now, let's get updates critically. You know, we were going to be looking at Arizona. I'm going to need more sheets of paper. That's the problem we're having here. We've been paying attention to Pennsylvania and Arizona, but we really actually need to be looking at Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. So let's just quickly look at what's what. In Arizona, Trump's lead is currently holding at 4,200. We're going to track that very closely. Actually, Trump's lead has just diminished to only 1,100. That's a good sign in Arizona. In Pennsylvania, Donald Trump's lead, sorry, I got that wrong. I put it in the wrong slot. In Pennsylvania, Trump's lead is now 111. This is the biggest, I think. Yes, that is the biggest lead that Trump has had so far. Michigan is back to Kamala Harris. It is now Harris plus something like 3,100. Wisconsin is now Trump plus 20K. And Minnesota, I don't even know if we should pay attention to Minnesota because it's 4% reporting. But right now it's Minnesota with Trump by 24K. These are the 5 states that we are going to be looking at right now. If you are new to American politics, the reason that that's where we are focused is that Washington, Oregon, and California will go to Harris. Idaho will go to Trump. Alaska will go to Trump, and Hawaii will go to Harris. Nevada is an outstanding state where we are expecting initial results in 22 minutes. I hope you'll stay with me. But Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania are what it is all about, In Pennsylvania, Trump's lead has just swelled to 115,000. We have seen a nearly 500,000 vote reversal in Pennsylvania. I want to say thank you to a couple different people who just gifted some subscriptions. So much is going on, and I really appreciate everybody's support. Welcome to Eric Nelson, Sarah Warren, and Stacy Brackenberry over on the Pacman website. Really appreciate everybody signing up. Do people want me to release? You know, I was going to hold some coupon codes, one for if Trump wins and one for if Harris wins. They're like record 75% off coupon codes. Should I just dump them now because we don't know what's going to happen? And people can use them if they want. So here's the deal. If Harris won, I was going to release the coupon code Trump dumped for memberships on my website, and it was going to be 75% off. We've never done it before. Trump dumped, all one word. If Trump won, I was going to release the coupon code not again, also all one word, also 75% off. I don't know where this is going tonight. So I'm just going to dump the codes right now. If people want them, you can get 75% off a membership. By all means, have at it, Haas. Let's now, as the numbers are evolving, actually, you know, before we do that, let's check back in over on CNN.
They do if they have that information. But Lehigh County, the 10th largest of the 67 counties in Pennsylvania. It's important. It's a blue-collar county. So 53 to 45 right now, only 43% of the vote. So let's watch and see when we get higher up if this percentage changes. But just come out of this and look at 2020. All right, Joe Biden, she's about matching Joe Biden. Trump's at 46. I'm going to focus on him. So you come here, he's at 45. And then Berks County here, I come down to. I spent a lot of time in Berks County in this campaign, and it's gone back to being Republican. It was blue earlier, and we're at 92%. So
Right.
maybe a little bit there, Jake. We'll study a little bit more closely as we go through this.
All right, we have some projections right now.
Here we go.
CNN can project that Iowa will go to Donald Trump as expected. Iowa and
Already
its 6
called.
electoral votes will go to Donald Trump. CNN can project. CNN can also project that Kansas will go to Donald Trump. Kansas and its 6 electoral votes will go to Donald Trump. So that's 12 additional electoral votes for Donald Trump, who now has 207 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 91 electoral votes. There are 270 electoral votes needed to win. Donald Trump holding a sizable lead in the electoral vote as of now, but we are expecting more votes to drop in Democratic strongholds in key battleground states. We're also counting down to the next round of poll closings at 11 p.m. Eastern, when Democrats are expecting to claim a gold mine of electoral votes out west in California. That's all ahead.
All right. So that's the latest from CNN. Let's check in over here with Fox News.
On that campaign tonight, if you want to win the campaign, so she's got to run the tables here over the next hour or two, over the next day or so, if we're hearing correctly about Wisconsin. But it does not look as promising as it did a few hours ago.
Let's head back to Bill real quick. Bill, can we dip into Virginia, the Commonwealth?
Yeah. Say it again, Brett. Sorry about that.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
I just want to remind you all, Virginia was called by Decision Desk HQ 2 hours ago.
On up the Atlantic coast here, okay? This is Georgia. Too soon to call. You ask yourself, why can't you call it? There's still some vote out there. The question is, where is the vote and what's going to come in? Trump's up 3.2 points statewide.
Georgia's also been called.
So you come in here to the greater
Fox News, I'm going to be honest. I don't know if Fox News is pretending that these are competitive just for ratings, or if they have reason to believe something different than Decision Desk HQ. But Decision Desk HQ has long called these states. Virginia was called hours ago for Kamala Harris, and she is indeed now winning by 55,000 votes. Georgia was called about 20 minutes ago. Trump is winning there by about 150,000 votes, which is more than 10 times the margin of victory for Biden in 2020. I don't know what is the deal here with Fox News, but they are just going along, I guess, pretending that these have not been called. I don't know. It's all kind of weird.
Here, okay? At this point, this is all greater Atlanta, a lot of population throughout the area. At this point, 90% reporting here in Douglas County, Harris is doing 2.9 points better than what Biden did 4 years ago. So there's still a vote out there, too. And I mentioned Chatham County about 2 hours ago. That's Savannah. They counted slow 4 years ago. They're counting slow yet again. But you get a lot of Democratic votes out of Chatham down here on the Atlantic coast. A lot of folks live there, too, 5 out of 159. So we'll see how that shakes out. Okay, let's run up the coast here and let you know what we're seeing here in North Carolina. Then I'll hit Virginia, then I'll hit Pennsylvania, all right? Trump up 2.5 in North Carolina. Why can't we call it? I was looking at Mecklenburg County with Charlotte.
It's been called.
Okay, so they've had a lot of votes come.
This is really weird, but these have all been called. North Carolina's been called. Virginia's been called. It's all been called. It's all been called. So Fox News, very, very late to the game here. Where we must focus are these critical 5 states. Let's get an update. We may be moments away from starting to get a picture of this. Let's go one by one. Last time I checked on Pennsylvania, Trump was leading by 115. He's now leading by 114. Okay, so that's a move in the right direction, albeit not by much. Last time we looked at Michigan, Harris was winning by 3,100. Trump is now winning by 1,500. So that is flipping back and forth. Last we looked at Wisconsin, it was Trump by 20K. It is now Trump by 32K. And last we looked at Minnesota, it was Trump by 24. It is now Trump by 44K. And then finally, Arizona was an 1,100. It's still, there's been nothing left, nothing more in Arizona. Arizona seems stuck at 50, and sort of hard to recognize that. People saying my map is behind. It's not my map is behind. It's the Associated Press. These are the numbers the Associated Press has. We can then go and look elsewhere. So, for example, if we look at Decision Desk has Trump up by 105, which is a smaller margin, but that's with 60%. They're both with 60%. Okay. In Michigan, slight lead. Well, that's 25%. I think there's much more of the vote. 24. Okay. So we do have a discrepancy between some of these platforms, and we have to, all we can do is continue following them to see which of these scenarios become more likely. Now, one thing that is interesting is Decision Desk still has 0 for Minnesota, 0 for Minnesota, whereas the Associated Press is starting to tally Minnesota, and the Washington Post also has tallied Minnesota. We might as well take a look at the way the Washington Post has it. Washington Post has it with Trump up 123, which would be, again, the largest lead he's had so far. Michigan, they have Trump up by 18K. That's Trump's by far best number so far. Actually, that's extraordinary for Trump. They have Trump up by 26 in Wisconsin, a little smaller than it was. And they have some of that vote in Minnesota with Trump up there. And then Arizona also stuck at this 50%. Something is happening in Arizona. We have had 0 new vote totals. We have this 1,100 vote margin. We've had it now for close to a half hour. We don't know what's going on there. Let's look at House and Senate. Over in the Senate, we still have a situation where, hold on, where is this marker? You know, I don't think this one's as good. Let's actually go to this one. Over in the Senate, Republicans have still not officially taken control of the Senate. Remember that there is the presumption that Republicans will take control of the Senate. So far, Republicans have gained only 1 seat, and that is this West Virginia seat previously held by Joe Manchin, a Democrat nominally, ostensibly, putatively. Now it has gone to a Republican. The most likely scenario is indeed that the Senate will go to Republicans, but we are not there yet. And then over in the House, just very slowly getting results in. Right now, it is basically 50-50. 50-50 is the projection. Maybe just 1 seat better for Republicans. So really, really tight as far as the House is concerned. We have additional data from Pennsylvania now. We now have 62% in Pennsylvania, and Trump leading by 17 plus 1. 17 plus 1. 7 plus 1 is 8, carries 0, 1, 18. 118,000. Just again, slightly stretching that lead a little bit. Arizona, we have finally gotten a little bit more out of Arizona, and it is now stretched to a Trump 2,900 vote lead. It was previously 1,100, now it's 2,900. Michigan, we most recently had Trump by 1,500. We now have Trump by 23,000. That's a major increase for Trump. In Wisconsin, now with 56% reporting, Trump's lead is 26K. That has shrunk a little bit. And then Minnesota, still 5% reporting, looks like a 43K lead. I see people in the chat. David's so upset. Pacman is seething. David, are you going to cry tonight? I don't know how many times I can explain this to you. This really isn't about me. I'm going to be fine, okay? I'm worried about other people. Like, Trump will probably lower my taxes. I don't deserve a tax cut. It's not economically stimulative. I'm just going to put the money in a bank account. It doesn't make sense. I voted for Harris because it makes sense. It makes sense. I do want to say thank you to 50 people who just got memberships on my website. Actually, it's not 50, it's 51, putting us just shy of this insane goal of 500 new members here. Welcome to everybody watching on Twitch. Welcome to everybody watching on Facebook and everywhere. What is in focus right now, I guess I'll do a quick reset. Right now, we haven't even talked popular vote yet. In terms of the popular vote right now, Trump is winning by 5 million votes. California is about to close, and those numbers are going to start to change. At 11 p.m. in the East, 8 p.m. in the West, we are going to see Nevada close. We are going to get more data out of a lot of these critical states. We really can focus our attention on 5, and at 11, it will be a 6th state. We will add Nevada, and I'll even make a note of that on my little scrap of paper here. I should get one of those remarkable tablets. I really should, instead of using Sharpies and printer paper. We are looking at Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, and Pennsylvania. At this exact moment in time, Donald Trump is winning all 5 of those states. Now, is this a red mirage? We don't know. What about when they count the mail-in ballots? We don't know. What about this, that, or the other thing? We just don't know right now. We just don't know. All we can do is count the votes. What I am ready to make one prediction, and there is no way around this. If Kamala Harris is to win, she will win by a smaller margin than Biden won in 2020. We know that. That has to be the case. Let's see. Let's go through what some of my friends are texting me. One of my friends is panic buying Polymarket shares for Harris and asking me, what do I really think the odds of a Harris win are? This is crazy. I'm not giving people, betting advice. He says he thinks 60-40, but intellectually it feels like 70-30 Harris. I have no idea, honestly, is my response. I mean, I don't want people making betting decisions based on this. Another friend of mine, Jake Tapper is so hot. Huh, okay. Man, this is crazy. Let's get back to the votes because we can't get it. We just can't. Okay, guys, we just can't do it. Super chats are coming in. They're eating the votes of the people that live there. Yeah. If California is even close, I'm calling BS. Well, in 7 minutes, we will see what happens in California. I expect California to be called instantly at 11 p.m. I don't think there's any other way around it. I think it will be called right at 11. Let's check over here. Let's refresh. I doubt CNN's been in a 15-minute commercial. It's probably just glitching.
It's generally not a positive sign. Caitlin Collins, you're in West Palm Beach with the Trump team. What are they saying?
Yeah, Jake, much livelier here. As you can hear, Donald Trump's favorite song, YMCA, is playing behind me. And certainly the audience here has gotten a lot livelier in just the last 45 minutes or so, Jake. We've been here for several hours, and that matches the feeling back at Mar-a-Lago, where we are hearing from Trump campaign sources that they are feeling a lot more optimistic about these numbers, boosted by Virginia, but also by Iowa, a number that proved wrong that poll that came out on Saturday and sent shockwaves through the Trump campaign. And Kristen Holmes, I know you've been talking to sources. What are you hearing about what they're thinking right now watching this come in?
They're starting to feel even more optimistic than they were before. A lot of them are looking at those exit poll numbers, and they're seeing a lot of movement. Some of it we've talked about on our air, but the big numbers there, Latino voters. That is something that they really worked at this cycle. They believe that in 2016, Donald Trump won the election on the back of working class voters. They believe he could win the election this time around on the back of Latino voters, particularly Latino men. Now, one thing to watch, Arizona and Nevada. What do those numbers look like? He specifically in Nevada reached out to Latino voters. They were trying to launch their coalition.
Super Chat says Kamala is apparently going mad behind the scenes. If there's any source on that, I would love to see it.
2016, but they do believe that if he wins it in this cycle, it is because of Latino voters.
Yeah, they feel very good about him improving his standing with those voters from where he was, not only 2016, but 2020, Kristen Holmes. And Jake, I should note, a sign, as you're always just kind of looking for moments and to read the tea leaves, see what they mean. We're told that partygoers who were at Mar-a-Lago, where Donald Trump still is right now, are now filtering in here to the party at the convention center. Of course, it remains to be seen if and when Donald Trump himself shows up here, Jake.
These super chats are funny. Someone just paid $2 to say democracy has spoken. Trump, you're fake news. And it's always the wrong you're. They just can't get that right. You know, I'm the one who has been getting criticized by my audience for saying, guys, Trump really might win this thing for months now. So I don't know what I said that's fake. Matt says this is disheartening. It's not over, folks. You've got to count the votes. You've got to count the votes, and we are just not ready to say that it is over yet. We have 4 minutes left until we get some major results that will be of critical importance. But before we do that, the states we are watching closely, let's get an update. At last check, Trump led Pennsylvania by 118. He now leads by only 110. That's an improvement for Harris in Pennsylvania. Much of this goes through Pennsylvania for Harris. Last we looked in Arizona, Trump was winning by 2,900. Trump is still winning by 2,900. No update there. Last we looked in Michigan, Trump was winning by 23,000. He's now winning by 57,000. Okay, he grew a lead there. In Wisconsin, Trump was winning by 26K. He is now winning by 35K. That's Trump's largest lead of the night in Wisconsin. In Minnesota, Trump was leading by 43,000. He's now winning by 75,000. So Trump is growing leads in most of these states, as of this moment. And we will see where that lands us ultimately in about a half hour. Let's now get to, we are 3 minutes from these critical projections on CNN. I want to say thanks to Jeffrey, Matthew, Edwin, Deborah, Veronica, Keith, and Pat, who just signed up on the website, putting us at 494 new members. Perry sent a $300 super chat and says, this seems so familiar and is disheartening. You know, one of the scariest things for me, it's like, listen, Trump's a doofus. If he wins, we're going to figure out what happens on foreign policy, what happens on economic policy, all this stuff. But the idea that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is going to be overseeing the FDA and the CDC, and that is absolutely terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. One of the scariest things to me, as someone who values science and empiricism, is that RFK is going to start dipping his hands into all of those agencies. Terrifying. Okay. David, please go on two-way. You have built a great show. I have no idea what two-way is. Simply no clue what it is. I wish I knew, but I don't. I don't know what that is. If you are about to head out, I understand that and I respect that. I really do. But I would love it if you stayed with us just a little bit longer. Please do make sure that you have subscribed to the YouTube channel if you are leaving. It has been, no matter what happens, and we're going to see, no matter what happens, it has been great being with all of you folks. And I hope that you will stick around because there is a lot to happen here. Let's go to CNN. We are 60 seconds away from the next projections and closings.
Can matter, but it's the only big county you have left, and the other guy has a 145,000 vote lead in a state he has won twice. So then we come up here, and that's what made Donald Trump president in 2016. He flipped the blue wall states that had voted. They have voted together since 1992. They have voted blue in every one of those elections with the exception of 2016. Right now, as we get closer into late night here, Donald Trump is leading in Pennsylvania by 116,000 votes, only 67%. So a ways to go there, a ways to go. The Senate race is also tight. Guess what? There we are in Pennsylvania. Then you come over here. He's leading in Wisconsin. This is a state, 2 elections in a row has been decided by ballpark 20,000 votes. Trump's lead is 26,000 votes right there. Again, Battleground, Wisconsin, very close. The vice president's team scratching to try to find votes. And Michigan, she's leading in Michigan, only 30% of the vote there coming in. So to me, as I look at this map, the blue wall states become paramount, Jake.
Indeed. Voting is about to end in 4 states out west. That includes the biggest prize of all, California, which has 54 of the 78 electoral votes at stake this hour. And we have a projection for you now. CNN can project that Kamala Harris will win the state of California with those 54 electoral votes. Not unexpected. Harris will win California. CNN is also projecting that Donald Trump will win the state of Idaho with its 4 electoral votes. So what does that mean for the electoral? Too early to call. We have Washington State with 12 electoral votes and Oregon with 8 electoral votes. Too early to call. Let's go to the electoral map right now. Donald Trump with 211 electoral votes at this hour. Kamala Harris cracks 100, now has 100.
I do want people to understand how insane this is. Trump could barely speak at his rally yesterday. He could barely speak. And he might win.
States now. Arizona, Donald Trump in the lead there, 49.6%. Kamala Harris right behind him with 49.5%. Donald Trump has a 2,356 vote lead with 51% of the estimated vote in from Arizona. Wisconsin, Donald Trump in the lead there too, 49.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48.4%. Donald Trump has a 28,576 vote lead with an estimated 59% of the estimated vote in from the Badger State. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Donald Trump maintaining his lead. He's at 50.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 119,411 vote lead with 68% of the estimated vote in from Pennsylvania. In Georgia, Donald Trump still in the lead there, 51% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 136,328 vote lead. That is with 88% of the estimated vote in from the state of Georgia. In North Carolina, another battleground where Donald Trump leads, 50.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 47.8% of the vote. Donald Trump has a 145,388 vote lead over Kamala Harris right now with an estimated 85% of the vote in from the Tar Heel state. In Battleground, Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead. She has 51.3% of the vote. Donald Trump has 46.9%. Kamala Harris is 74,838 votes ahead of Donald Trump. But that's less than a third of the vote counted there. 30% of the estimated vote in from the state of Michigan. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Kamala Harris in the lead there still, but narrowly so. 50.1% of the vote. Donald Trump has 48.
I do think we are getting sort of more accurate and up-to-date information from Decision Desk HQ, which has already called a lot of these races. The one really curious thing is that we have a bunch of the vote counted from Minnesota, and yet Decision Desk HQ has 0 from Minnesota. I just don't understand it. Over on Washington Post, also a bunch of that Minnesota vote is in and has been counted, but for whatever reason, Decision Desk HQ has none of it. None of it, none of it, none of it. We now are into the 11 p.m. hour in the East. Trump leads the popular vote by 6 million, but we are now going to start getting that California vote in, and that is going to certainly bolster Kamala Harris's numbers. But what we really care about here are 6 key states. Those are Nevada, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, and Pennsylvania. These are the 6 states remaining that are going to determine who wins this presidential election. We're also watching the Senate. In the Senate, the Republican Party has gained 1 seat so far, but that may indeed change as the night goes on. The last we looked at Pennsylvania, Donald Trump was leading by 110,000 votes. He is now leading by 161,000 votes, by far his largest lead of the night. In Arizona, Trump is still leading by 2,900 votes. Something is happening in Arizona where we have gotten basically 2,000 votes in the last hour. Something seems very wrong there. They're not only curing ballots, they're sautéing and air frying ballots, and that's why it's taking so long. I don't know. In Michigan, where Trump was leading by 57,000, he is now leading by 71,000 votes with 28% reporting. In Wisconsin, where Trump last led by 35,000, he is now leading by 46,000. Trump's lead is growing in most of these states. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. In Minnesota, where we last saw Trump leading by 75K, he has stretched that lead like a piece of saltwater taffy to a 90,000 vote lead with only 12% reporting. And we still wait anxiously for Nevada. Maine, by the way, as expected, has now come back to Harris. That's what we expected all along, certainly. And that's the way that we are seeing it right now. Let's check in on Fox News. Oh, I was recently on the Piers Morgan show with this guy, Kevin O'Leary, Canadian guy.
Process and anointed somebody. The analogy is easy to a Super Bowl. You arrive at the Super Bowl game, and by any measure, this is the Super Bowl of global politics, the presidential race. Your quarterback, Biden, is injured. He's taken out of the game. You don't bring a quarterback in that's never, ever, ever won any game anywhere. You run a process, and they missed that opportunity. This is a chance for them to, I'm not saying they're going to lose, but I'm going to those percentages and saying they get to reboot. They get to go back to the center. They get to scratch this whole thing, and the influences of a Schumer or a Pelosi or a movie star or an Obama deciding to anoint somebody, those guys are gone in 4 years. They won't have that kind of influence. This could be great for America because I'm an investor. I have to work with who's ever in the White House in January. But I care about policy. And when I hear policies coming out of a party that are so twisted against the American way of life, like basically taxing capital gains that are unrealized, that's not America. Or price controls, that's not America. 28% tax rate takes us to the bottom quartile of competition. That's bad. We can't do that. That would hurt the country. And all I do is work with entrepreneurs that want to build businesses. There's a reason people come here under barbed wire and drown in rivers to get into America. It's the American dream. It's the only thing the president has to do is to...
That's enough. This guy's completely delusional. He said a lot of this stuff verbatim when I was on the Piers Morgan show with him very recently. It didn't make any sense then, and it doesn't make any sense now. Okay. We have actually, you know
if you
what?
round that up, the president of the United States was at 56, so
check
she's
on
running
some,
equal, maybe a little bit ahead there.
updated
So let's come over to
messaging
DeKalb County here. Let's come up to 2024 and see what's left. 11% left. Again, large, very Democratic area. You see the 81% there just to the east of Atlanta. Let's just check 2020. Biden getting 83. 81, 83. You might think at home that's not that big of a difference. In a race that's very close, yes, it can be.
Here's what I'm hearing is the official sort of view of the Harris campaign. An email was just sent out by Jen O'Malley Dillon, who directs the Harris campaign. Here's what they are saying. In Pennsylvania, they say they overperformed turnout in Philly, overperformed in Bucks County, don't have election day results from Philly, but overperformed turnout, overperformed large non-white student populations, and they're expecting higher turnout in Philly than 2020. They're saying everything in Pennsylvania is going as planned. Okay, I hope that that's true. I'm a little bit struggling to believe that Pennsylvania is going as planned. I just struggle. I mean, the margin now is growing, but we'll see. In Michigan, we are awaiting a significant number of votes. Detroit won't report till midnight, and there's been strong turnout. Okay, if we have 0 from Detroit, that's significant. Let's fact check that. Do we have 0 from Detroit? No, that's not true, right? I mean, look, this is Detroit. Detroit's in Wayne County, right? We're looking at Detroit. We have 20% of the vote in from Detroit. So it's not nothing, but it's not all of it. So that just doesn't seem accurate from what I'm seeing. Let's see what else here. In Wisconsin, a lot of vote remains in Milwaukee County, and we have strong performance. We don't expect results until tomorrow around 5 a.m. Polls closed in Nevada, Arizona. This might not be called tonight. It takes time. We'll keep you updated. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Okay. Oh, and you know what? This apparently is like close to an hour old now, which makes a little bit of sense in terms of why some of those dynamics have already changed. I'm so sorry, guys. I am not seeing reflected in the data what Jen O'Malley Dillon is putting out there. The other claim was about Milwaukee. 50, yeah, again, the email from Jen O'Malley is that Milwaukee, there's just tons of vote left. 45% of the vote has been counted and reported in Milwaukee. So let's do the math on that. 162 minus 75. So an 87,000 vote margin at 55% implies 100 vote, 158, another 73. And the difference right now is 46. Okay, so listen, if the rest of the state is 50-50, based on what's outstanding in Milwaukee, it actually could be enough to reverse this and put Harris back in the lead. That is true. That's accurate. I mean, we just ran the numbers very roughly, and it does seem to be the case. Some of these other claims are a little bit more suspect, but we're going to wait and we're going to see. Let's do an update now, another 15 minutes on, as to these critical states, and we're going to start getting Nevada soon. So let me bring you up to speed. Last we looked, Trump led Pennsylvania by 161,000. That was his biggest lead. He now leads by 183,000. It is again Trump's biggest lead of the night in Pennsylvania. Arizona, stuck. I wish I could see what they were doing in Arizona. I don't know what the hell they're doing there. Let's see if we can figure out, where is Jordan here? I don't know where he is. Let's see.
Excuse me, in Pennsylvania. Wisconsin with 63% of the vote in.
Okay, he's doing the same thing I'm doing, so I don't know that that's super useful to us. Here is the Trump. Oh, is Trump about to speak?
What do you learn?
It's the only area where you're allowed to be biased. We've just learned, as John was focusing in on.
Okay, maybe Trump is getting ready to say something. Here is the Harris event. Reporting is that it's not even clear Harris is going to this event. So I don't know that we would necessarily be waiting around for her there. Here is PBS at the Harris event. Let's listen a little bit.
Of Trump's lead over Harris, but a great sense of optimism amongst people here. And we've also seen some of this too. We haven't heard as much from the Trump campaign of late. They are still, as they were saying before, very bullish that the ongoing numbers, especially in Pennsylvania, are going to pan out for them tonight. The other thing we've also seen is that Trump is not has seemingly toned down his social media criticisms and allegations of fraud and voting irregularities in Pennsylvania and Michigan. He hasn't been doing as much of that. We understand he's still at Mar-a-Lago with Elon Musk and now with Tucker Carlson and a few other guests. But some of those guests from Mar-a-Lago have started to filter in here. So this room has gotten more crowded. It's starting to fill up with more support.
Get ready for propaganda minister Tucker Carlson, guys.
Of optimism so far. Again, acknowledging that it's still early in the night, but it's palpable.
William Brangham in Florida with the Trump campaign for us tonight. Judy Woodruff, love to get your reaction on that piece of reporting from.
All right, so let's get back to the numbers so we can stay on that. So again, another just kind of pass through here. Trump's lead now in Pennsylvania is 180K. Arizona, as we said, we have no clue what's going on. Michigan, Trump was leading by 71. He's now leading by 87. So that vote margin has crept up. Wisconsin, Trump was leading by 46. He's now leading by 68. Every time we check these numbers, Trump's margins are growing. Minnesota, Trump was leading by 90. He is now leading by 105,000. Every single state, I hate to acknowledge, but it is what's happening. Every state is going in the wrong direction right now. In the popular vote, Donald Trump leading by nearly 6 million votes very early, very, very early, has not been called, but we are starting to get just a little bit of the vote from California, and that is going to continue. Big thank you to Irv, Veritech, and Hillbilly Cactus over on Twitch, as well as everybody who's been signing up on the website and elsewhere. What are the paths to victory at this point in time? Well, we have outlined them. And we have Nevada, we just don't know anything about yet. Right now, if the results stayed as they are, we have a blowout win for Donald Trump. Now, we could be seeing a red mirage here, okay? But what is very clear is that Harris needs almost all of these states. Even if I give her everything but Pennsylvania, she doesn't win. She doesn't win. So Pennsylvania is must win. Now, if she gets Pennsylvania, but Trump gets some other stuff, he can still win. And he has a number of paths here that we are tracking. And we're tracking them very closely, to be perfectly frank. I think it makes sense to track them closely as we approach 11:30 on the East Coast, 8:30 on the West Coast. Let's see if CNN is starting to weigh in on some of this Pennsylvania data.
Two things to say about this. Number one, it's only half the vote. So if you just think we have about 200,000 more votes, right? This is 51%. It's 103 to 102. So you got roughly 200,000 votes still to come in. Bucks County is the most competitive of the caller counties. She's at 50%, the vice president, if you round up. Again, President Biden was at 52 if you round him up. You say that's not a huge difference. But Jake, you know the Commonwealth very well. In the competitive swing counties, a half a point or a point can matter, and right now that number is not good for the vice president.
Indeed. And CNN can bring you a projection now. Folks at home, CNN projects that the state of Oregon will go to Kamala Harris. As expected, Oregon, with its 8 electoral votes, will go to the Democrat Kamala Harris. Let's take a look at the electoral map. Right now, Donald Trump has 211 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 153 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. Let's take a look at the key races now. Arizona, Donald Trump in the lead there, 49.6% of the vote. Kamala Harris right behind him with 49.5% of the vote. Donald Trump with a roughly 3,000 vote lead. That's with 51% of the estimated vote in from the state of Arizona. In Battleground, Wisconsin, Donald Trump maintaining his lead. 50.4% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 50,000 vote lead right now with 63% of the estimated vote in from the Badger State. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Donald Trump maintaining his lead, 51% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 47.9% of the vote. Donald Trump with more than 165,000 more votes than Kamala Harris, with more than 3/4, 76% of the estimated vote in from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. In Battleground, Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead, 50.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48.3% of the vote. Donald Trump has a more than 131,000 vote lead over Kamala Harris. That's with 90% of the estimated vote in. So they got 10% to go there in Georgia, but Donald Trump in the lead. In North Carolina, another battleground, Donald Trump still in the lead there with 50.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 47.9% of the vote. Donald Trump has a more than 138,000 vote lead over Kamala Harris with an estimated 87% of the vote in. In Battleground, Michigan, Kamala Harris is in the lead, 50.2% of the vote. Donald Trump has 48% of the vote. Harris has a more than 40,000 vote lead over Donald Trump with 1/3, 33% of the vote in there. John King.
So, Jake, just going through some of these counties in Pennsylvania, again, Joe Biden won the state. Let's go back and show you it. 81,000 votes, right? His birth state. He's from Delaware now, but he was born in Pennsylvania. And that was one of the things that helped him, is because he was, as he liked to call himself, the scrappy kid from Scranton. So where are we now in 2024? I was just looking here. This is Lackawanna County. This is where Joe Biden was born, Scranton, Pennsylvania. You say, well, the vice president's winning it with 51%, but Donald Trump's at 48, right? So again, in a close battleground state, margins within some of these counties can matter. She's at 51. Joe Biden, 4 years ago, was at 54. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. You look at the margin there, you say, oh, that's only 9,000 votes, right? You know, but if you're trying now, you're trying to make up this lead, right? That's 3,000 votes, a little less than that, a little more than that, maybe 3,000 votes. The reason it matters is you're trying to make up 173,000 votes, right? So when you're losing ground in each of these counties, it hurts. And so let's just come over here. This is Luzerne County. This is Trump country, Pennsylvania. Harris getting 42%, 43 if you want to round that up. Trump at 57. Again, 43 for the vice president. 42. So there she's competing, not so bad. There. So you're just looking for the pieces as you come through. Carbon County, 65 for Trump. In 4 years ago, 70.
So John King here essentially doing the math we've been doing, which is that as each of these little tranches of votes come in, it gets harder and harder to do the math to start making up ground. Let's get an update as to where we are here. In Pennsylvania, Donald Trump's lead with 76% reporting is now 47, 68, 168, it looks like. So it's kind of steady in Pennsylvania. Over in Arizona, stuck at 2,900. In Michigan, Trump's lead has now grown to 107,000. Still only 31% reporting. In Wisconsin, with 65% reporting, Trump's lead was 68. It is now 47 plus 15, so that's 62. Shrinking a little bit there, potentially a good sign. Minnesota with 16% reporting, the lead was 105. It has swelled to 130,000. So with the exception of Wisconsin and Arizona, which is just stuck, Trump's leads holding steady or growing a little bit. Now, I see the chats. I see the chats of people saying, David, here's why Pennsylvania is about to go to Harris, and here's why Michigan's about to go to Harris, and here's why Wisconsin's about to go. Good. I hope that that's the case. I can only look at what's in. And as you start to look more and more closely at some of these, you see a lot of it is in. Philadelphia is now 71% in. And as Philadelphia has been counted, Trump's lead has grown. That's a fact. Let's hope that something changes that. Harrisburg, Pittsburgh, these are all overwhelmingly counted. Harrisburg, 53%, so there's still a little bit of a ways to go there. We heard the claim that Detroit hadn't been counted. Detroit is only 19% counted. That's a very good sign for Kamala Harris. Excellent, excellent sign for Kamala Harris. But you have to make sure that the lead doesn't grow from other parts. Rob says via Super Chat, mail-in voting in 20 won Biden the election. So there is still reason to hope, of course. It's just that the path is narrowing. We have to acknowledge that the path is narrowing, but there is still a path for sure. There is still a path for sure. And there is going to be a lot of time during which that is going to be figured out. Let's see what Fox News is up to.
Proposition 36, which is the big story here in California, that would revise Proposition 47, which lowered the thresholds of crime. It really allowed crime in California to run rampant. We have our panel here, Steve Hilton, Jody Armour, Kayla McGee-White, and Gianno Caldwell. Steve Hilton, to you.
Okay, we definitely don't want to listen to this ridiculous panel. At least I don't, that I can assure you. At the bottom of the hour, we are about to get, I believe, another set of updates and potentially some projections. But the focus is very, very heavily on Pennsylvania. And you may remember what happened in 2020 with Pennsylvania, which is that the results slowed down and they slowed down and they slowed down more and more. We are now at around 70% reporting in Pennsylvania, 76% reporting. And there was just an estimate done that said for Harris to win, she needs 52% of the remaining vote and that she's expected to get 54% of it. That was 8% ago, though. So I don't know how those numbers change. The margin now would be 23 less than 200, so that would be 177. The margin is staying high. And the problem is that that tunnel starts to close and you've got to drive faster and faster to make it out. And with a 3.5 point margin and 24%, very possible, mathematically very possible, but it starts to become less and less likely, less and less likely. I'm being told by one of our team that Alan Lichtman on his stream is despondent over the fact that his keys may have gone wrong. I am a little curious about this. Let's just check out. We recently had him on the show. He's a really good guy. Let's see. Here we go.
Stream. I don't give a shit.
Hey, watch your language.
Oh, I wasn't talking to my mom like that. I just was saying that generally. The chat is so hard to follow right now. It's so laggy.
I know.
You don't know that. You haven't seen the chat.
No, but I get it.
Oh my goodness. All right. So I don't know if despondent is net. Whoa, hold on a second. Wow. This is the wrong screen. I don't know if despondent is necessarily the word I would use, but I mean, listen, I do think that if the keys fall for Alan Keyes, Alan Keyes is a different guy. If the keys fall for Alan Lichtman, I do think it would be a devastating blow, you know, closer to the end of his political predicting career, certainly. Yeah, it's a sad state of affairs. Sad state of affairs for sure. If you're just joining us, we are counting votes, ladies and gentlemen. We are either going to have soon President-elect Kamala Harris or President-elect Donald J. Trump. And which it is, I don't think we are going to know by midnight tonight. There are a number of paths to victory for both candidates, but admittedly, slightly more paths at this stage of the game for Donald Trump. We are going to need to be ready no matter what happens here. We are going to need to be ready to go. So if you're just joining, you haven't been following the results, we are seeing some potentially idiosyncratic results in certain states. We're potentially going to need to play really hardcore defense for 4 years or be pushing Kamala Harris to be a progressive president. We'll find out which. Very positive news tonight. Ruben Gallego did defeat Kari Lake in Arizona for Senate. And hopefully this means that her political career is over. We don't yet know anything about the presidential results. There is still a ways to go here. There is still a ways to go. But my best suggestion to you right now is figure out which progressive media shows you like and make damn well sure that you're supporting them. I would love it for it to be this show. I would love it for, there's 83,000 people watching on YouTube right now. If some of you aren't subscribed, please do hit that subscribe button and set us up for whatever is forthcoming here. We also really, really appreciate everybody who's been signing up on my website. Joseph Ruskowitz, as well as Chad Reese just signed up. I had 2 coupon codes that I was keeping for, like, you know, if Trump wins, if Harris wins. And I just announced them. Trump dumped and also not again. Those were going to be the ones. I want to say thank you to S. Prez for dumping in another 100 subscriptions. S. Prez has gifted 300 subscriptions today. If S. Prez can do 300, maybe you could do one. And I really would love it if you grabbed a membership. And finally, I do have a book coming out. There's the assumption, if you don't have NBC or CNBC or CNN behind you, you can't have a successful nonfiction book. My book's called The Echo Machine. I would love for you to pre-order it. And I have these 4 uncorrected proofs that I will sign and give away to people who order the book. Just email your receipt to info@davidpakman.com. The book is called The Echo Machine. No matter who wins, the book is critical to understanding how we got to where we are. I don't know how else to say it, but it is critical in that way. Let's see where the numbers continue to go as we close in now on 11:30 in the East and 8:30 in the West. We will see if CNN has any updated projections.
From a Republican and a Democrat who are election commissioners, that there was an agreement. This is going to be a free and fair election here in Milwaukee. People are watching every single bit of this and agreeing that things are going as smoothly as possible after that hiccup earlier today.
All right, Sarah Seidner in Milwaukee, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let's take a look at Milwaukee and Wisconsin
Let's see
at
how much
large.
is in.
Donald Trump in the lead with 66% of the vote in the state in general. Tell me about the WOW counties, if you could.
So you're right around Milwaukee, or the WOWs. Let me get to them in just a second. I just want to, interesting. Number one, we've learned about Senator Johnson in recent years. He likes to put out press releases before he knows what the facts are. Sorry, it just happens to be true, especially about voting integrity. That's how it's supposed to work. A Democrat and a Republican standing side by side, Democrats and Republicans throughout the room. They're fine. They're doing what they're supposed to do. They had a human error. We're all human, and they're fixing it. Right? That's how it works. Sometimes it means you wait a little while, but you have people in the room, eyeballs, both parties, eyeballs on everything. Yep. Everything's going to be fine. But the point Mr. Hague made at the end is instructive to me in the sense that if you come to here, you're down, you're the vice president, you're losing by just shy of 60,000 votes. This is the number 1 county. It is 17%, 17% of the state population. You're getting 66%. So you say, okay, there's still 40% of the vote to come in. But Mr. Hague just made a point. He said he didn't think turnout was great. Well, let's see what these final numbers are, because if you look at that number right there and look at 176,000, right? When Joe Biden carried Wisconsin 4 years ago, it's at 317,000, and it's 69% of the vote, right? So 317,000 and 69% of the vote. She's at 66% of the vote. And the raw math, right? You need the higher percentage, but you need that raw math to overcome what is happening in all this red, right? Especially, one more check and I'll get you to your wows.
Once again, the argument that you need to make up for every vote you fall behind, you need to make it up and then some. And that's the part that starts to get difficult. Now, we do have some good news here. Minnesota, with 46% reporting, it's not likely to fall to Trump. It seems as though what was some early red numbers, it's back. Minnesota, which was scary there for a moment, doesn't really pass the sniff test. Tim Walz, as governor of Minnesota, why on earth would Trump win Minnesota? It seems like we have it back in the Harris camp, and that is a very good sign. Now, all of a sudden, with 46% reporting, votes from Minneapolis and St. Paul likely came in. So Minnesota has now reversed, and it is Kamala Harris winning by nearly 200,000 votes as expected. So this does change our scenario. We had Minnesota in the blue, but it now probably precludes the possibility of Trump running the table. A major, major defeat. Now, we do have bad news from the Senate. Over in the Senate, it appears as though in Ohio, challenger Bernie Moreno has defeated Sherrod Brown. This is a second seat gained for Republicans who are very much on the path to taking control of the Senate. The House is another story, but very likely, Republicans will control the Senate. A second seat. They got one in West Virginia, and they are getting one here in Ohio. Back to the presidential numbers, which is what we are looking at. So Minnesota has flipped back to Harris, and it will likely stay that way. Wisconsin was recently a 62-point margin for Trump. It is now 1378K. So Wisconsin, Trump growing the margin. In Michigan, what was 100 and can't read my own handwriting, 107 or 167. It was 107. Now it is 102,000. So Michigan is stabilizing. And Pennsylvania, which could be the absolute critical one, was recently 177,000 vote margin. It has now gone up to 189,000 vote margin. Could reverse. We're going to follow it. Arizona still, after nearly 2 hours, major problems seemingly in Arizona. Arizona still stuck with a 2,900 vote lead for Trump. That seems to be similar to what Decision Desk has, and still with Trump in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Ladies and gentlemen, that is going to conclude our coverage for tonight. Shockingly, I have to get up in a few hours to do tomorrow's show. Now, what we will know by tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon, I don't yet know. I really appreciate everybody who joined me. We may know nothing more for several hours now, and that is going to be where we will pick it up tomorrow. Make sure that you are subscribed to the YouTube channel. Make sure that you are ready for 4 years of something. I don't yet know what it's going to be, but it's going to be 4 years of something. And we will see everybody tomorrow with the new show, and maybe we will know who the winner is by then. Maybe we will not. What a night. Let's not lose hope. It could still go either way, and we must count all of the votes. I'll see everybody tomorrow.